Very good afternoon and welcome to a fantastic Friday of darts here at the MODUS Super Series, where by the end of today we'll know the full identity of the 6 players that will be participating in tomorrow night's final. But before we look ahead to all the action, let's see what happened last night. As for Gary Blades, it was a sort of night which you'd like to forget. No points from his opening 4 matches. He's going to have to win all 4 tonight to stand a chance. Meanwhile, for Adam Mole, performances didn't quite marry up into results at times, but he's still got into the mix heading into the second day. As for Nathan Gervin, he came out the blocks firing last night, but a couple of defeats towards the end of the session means that he's in limbo in terms of his progression through to tomorrow night. As for Richard North, it was an impressive opening campaign for him, puts him in second place. 3 wins from his night, but it was Alex Spellman, the man who could not be caught at the top of the table. He won all 4 of his matches and is only 1 win away already from making it through to finals night. Yeah, loads of highlights from last night. As you see, joining me up here on the balcony and kind enough to actually let me borrow some stuff from his wardrobe is Chris Mason.
I wouldn't have that shocker in my wardrobe, but it's a good effort, I'll give you that.
Let's talk about last night's action then, shall we? Because we saw some really, really good stuff from Alex Spellman. Yeah,
again, he's the man of the moment this week. Played very well in Group A, just edged out through a defeat to Stephen Johnstone in the final game Wednesday afternoon. But bounced back well last night, winning all of his matches, and he's pretty much there. We sort of project 8 points is usually enough in Group B to get you through to the final stages. And as you can see, he's already on 8 points with 4 from 4. But you know, we've seen Group B's turn around before, and Gary Blades, who looks pretty much out of it. Of course, if he can make it 4 out of 4 tonight himself, he'll go on to 8 points and we'll go very close to qualifying. But you'd think that 3rd position is the one that looks up for grabs, and it's going to be between Nathan Gervin and Adam Mould, possibly.
How impressed were you with Richard North last night?
Yeah, he didn't start off great, but then just got a bit of momentum and a bit of confidence. And you know, some players didn't produce. Nathan didn't play very well against him at all in that final match yesterday. But yeah, he'll be very comfortable. He's always confident, isn't he, Northie? So yeah, and he knows he's in the mix, and he's a couple of wins away from making it through to Saturday night's final.
Well, let's have a look at the session then numerically. This is Group B by the numbers. So 55 legs played, amongst them 55. 25 are breaks a throw. Yeah,
it was a strange night. I mean, the average we sometimes expect a little more on the Group B. It tends to be the perfect time to play darts. So that was a little down. But the checkout percentage pretty much bang on where we are as the weeks go by. You know, that 33%, 1 from 3. Didn't have any particularly short legs last night. The lowest leg was a 12, and the highest finish, one of the very few. I think we only ended up with, I think that was the only one, the only ton plus finish of the night, which is strange for a Group B. It was a strange group. It was almost like they were all watching what Spellman was doing.
Was it almost like par for the course for everyone type thing, and they didn't quite go above?
Yeah, I think, I don't know. For me, Nathan underperformed last night, especially the way he ended Group A. You know, he won 8 of his last 10 matches in Group A, and we just expected a little more. And especially the way he started, he does improve as the session goes on, and maybe we'll see the best of him tonight.
Well, the Group B action concludes tonight at 10 p.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV. But our focus this afternoon is the ending of Group C, where Alexander Merkx is the man at the top of the table overnight. The Dutchman winning 4 of his 5 matches, but below him, well, that's anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Unlike Group B, where it's the top 3, it's only the top 2 in this Group C, so it's a little tougher. And, well, everybody's pretty much in the mix, depending on how the results go today. But Merkx was very, very impressive. Across Group A, of course, he did play Group A as well. We've seen spells of great finishing, but not so good scoring. And then we've seen some great scoring, and then his finishing was letting him down. He combined the 2 yesterday, hence the reason he won 4 out of his 5 matches. Jason Askew was really impressed with him. I know he started off as favourite, but I was concerned because he's had a long time away. And it could have got to him, but despite making a fairly poor start, I think he averaged 73 and change in his opening match, bounced back really well to pick up 3 wins.
Well, me and Mace actually caught up with Jason Askew a little bit earlier on this afternoon. If you want to watch that interview in full, that's going to be available on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel as the day goes along, and we may even show you a little bit of that tomorrow night here at the Super Series. But let's have a look at what the bookmakers have to say about today's proceedings. Kelly Neyens and Mark Graham not out the running whatsoever, but if they're to get through, you think they're going to have to go through the card?
Yeah, I said there'd be all change, and there is all change. Askew started as the 3-1 favourite to win Group C. He's now out to 15-4, and no surprise, 11-10 about Merkx. But I think the value potentially there could be with James Richardson, because we've seen flashes of the good stuff that James can produce yesterday, and he'll be eager to try and go through the card today.
Do you think, especially after the way yesterday ended, because he came out the tracks absolutely flying?
Yeah, exactly that. He seemed to just go off the boil as the day. He almost distracted. I don't know whether he just didn't feel comfortable yesterday, but listen, he's a player with a serious high ceiling.
Well, let's have a look and see what Chris Mason thinks about today's proceedings. This is Aces Acca for the Friday afternoon session, paying 4.77 to 1. We should remind the viewers watching us at home that Aces Acca did come in yesterday. It
certainly did, and I fancy this one today. I think Askew will come in a lot more confident. He's on the second match. I think at 1-2, that's a great price. Graham seemed to struggle yesterday. Did get a little bit better as the day went on, but I think Askew can catch him cold and early. Merkx, minus 1.5, gave Neyens an absolute drubbing yesterday, bageled him 4-0. And most 1/8 is in the Johnstone Askew match. Askew at 5-6. Stephen Johnstone is a massive 140 hitter, but uses quite a big dart, likes to switch down to the 19s, and yeah, I think that could land again today.
Lo and behold, the old chunky stumpies.
The old chunky stumpies.
And it is Johnstone involved in our first game against James Richardson. They're all big games right from the off today. Yeah,
absolutely. And it was interesting yesterday. This was the match that produced the highest finish of the week, the 167 from Stephen. And he's loving his time up there. He's constantly got a smile on his face, playing with passion. I love it.
I wonder if we're going to get any more thumbs up today from our players as well. Well, Richardson up against Johnstone is our first game of the afternoon session here at the MODUS Super Series. Chris Mason is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all of the action alongside Matthew Edgar. Hello, Matt.
Good morning, and thank you, Henry. Our second game of Group C, second day of action, should I say. James Richardson going to kick us off today. The 49-year-old from Rushden, who was giving us plenty of thumbs up yesterday in homage to Andrew Gilding. 9 180s yesterday for James Richardson, and as the boys said upstairs, he really motored in those early games, managed to land an average of 101.15 in just his second game of the day. But it was defeat yesterday when these two met. It was Stephen Johnstone who came out
first
on top.
leg, it's James to throw first.
And a result that has really kept him well and truly in the mix here. We've just seen the table, third and fourth position. And these both will be looking for a nice step into today.
First game is James to throw first. Game on.
And take some points off of their closest rival. Stephen Johnstone is joining us as the ADC qualifier this week. Went through his local events there.
81.
And he's taking on James Richardson, a recent ADC champion.
Yeah, well, let's hope we get
100.
The thumbs up from James Richardson, because the Henry shirt gets the thumbs down from me. What say you, Matt Edgar?
Yeah, he didn't seem a fan
83.
of it, but I suppose it's better than his granddad's shirt he wore yesterday. So at least we're in the right era.
100.
James Richardson's actually a belt holder as well, actually, on the ADC.
He is, yeah.
The European champion.
Well, I do
25.
believe that those belts are going to be back up for grabs soon. I thought the last I heard they were going to be
100.
competing for them here at the live lounge. Does he own the European belt, is it?
He did. He held it for
140.
a long time, lost it to Kevin Painter.
Ah, that's right.
And then got it back in a rematch.
Yes, I remember now.
100. 81. Stephen Carr 101.
We mentioned an awful lot yesterday that the strength of Stephen Johnstone is that finishing.
45. James Carr 91.
Finished at 51% for his Group A campaign, and yesterday was 15 out of 38, which, despite being a little bit less than what we saw in Group
51.
A,
Stephen
is
Carr
still
56.
mightily impressive.
Yeah, these little two-dart combinations. It's with
Being shot in the
regularity
first
and
leg.
right
Stephen
on cue.
Johnston.
It's a break of throw in 17 darts.
You mentioned up at the top that Stephen
Second leg,
Johnstone is
Stephen
just
just through
loving
first.
life
Game
here
on.
and he's really enjoying his experience. And I managed to have a bit of a chat with him yesterday as we was leaving the venue, and he's just saying, I'm just a pub player.
One out
I've
of
never
them,
played
40.
darts outside of Scotland. This is just sort of a dream opportunity, and he's just, like you mentioned, playing with a lot of passion.
Yeah, and a lot of freedom. He's really embraced it, hasn't he? And he's
96.
Like he said yesterday. He said, "I'm loving it." He said, "I can't believe I'm still in the mix."
And I think what we're seeing from Stephen Johnstone here is potentially a player emerge who
100.
could get another invite. We could see him again.
Well, we've seen that before, haven't we, with players who have come through the ADC qualifiers but have made such an impact that
81.
they have been invited back, and I'd certainly love to see him back. And well, his journey's not over yet, that's for sure.
Well, Adam Mould, who's playing in this evening session, was an ADC
100.
qualifier, won his week, and ended up getting invites now for the future of the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, it's just one element of qualification.
59.
Here, of course.
Stephen Carr 161.
We mentioned about James Richardson starting so
54.
well yesterday. It's a total opposite today. He's being outscored and outplayed at the moment by Stephen Johnstone.
At least another single 19 gets the
133.
treble. That's a
Stephen Carr,
bonus, down to
107.
132, but easier finish of the two. Could go ball. Should go ball, really.
50. James Carr
That's something I've
132.
not even been able to question him on as well. He's clearly watches a lot of darts and very passionate about the game. Never really gets his maths wrong. Always seems to go the right routes.
Yep.
60. Stephen Carr
He's
57.
noticeably improved as he's become more and more comfortable
Being shot on the
with the
second leg. Stephen
environment.
Johnston.
We're seeing really just an example of that here, and an example of the finishing which you've already touched on.
Well, you say he's getting better. I can actually back that up with stats.
Third leg, James to throw
So
first.
he averaged
Game on.
76 on day one, 81 on day two, 81 on day three. But yesterday, and this is significant, 83 and a half. Now, the
39.
reason I say that's significant is because if we take darts, that 81 is about 18.4
43.
darts a leg, which means he needs to visit the board 7 times. When he's at the 83, he's now going into the 18 and moving into
100.
17.8, 17.9.
So it's a 6th visit rather
Which
than a
is-
7th.
Exactly that. Which is probably why he's now starting to win more matches.
45.
Because that slight flick in the averages means he's actually visiting the board 1 time less per leg.
And giving his opponent 1 fewer visit.
Well, when he's got the throw,
55.
if you're going out in 18, he's got to go out in 15.
Yep.
Which is forcing your opponent to break you with a 100 average.
Yep.
100.
And when people say averages don't matter, I agree. Most of the time they don't, unless you cross over a line of 3.
Yeah, and then we exactly that. When you break the actual
60.
average down and explain it like that, that's when the averages become relevant.
And now he's broke into that 83. If he
85.
stays somewhere between that 83, it doesn't then become relevant as a talking point until he goes past 93.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter whether he's winning the leg in the 16th dart, the 17th dart, or the 18th dart.
60.
It's that 6th turn.
Level of control of the match.
Yeah.
So because he's now broke that 83, he's going to be competitive against anyone, even the European
100.
champion here, James Richardson, who is the number 5 on the ADC rankings right now.
And that's why you can see someone averaging 83, beating someone that averages 93, because they're
86.
still
Stephen
within
Carr,
that 6 visit
128.
range.
Well, that's where we then talk about timing, because that is what will ultimately come down to, timing the shots, because you're both having the same amount of visits to the board.
Yep.
88.
Yeah.
James Carr 101.
James Richardson's throw. He's got to go this. Well, the double break's going to be in. And at the moment, Stephen Johnstone's not looked like missing a double.
40.
Well, he
Stephen
hasn't,
Carr, 40.
and he's looked, like you say, comfortable
Game
doing
shot on the
so.
third
That's 3
leg.
from
Stephen
3.
Johnstone.
We've mentioned about it being his strength. This could be a mighty strength on the table because he could add a big, sizable win onto his leg difference whilst really affecting that of James
Fourth leg,
Richardson.
Stephen to throw first.
If
Game
he
on.
wins this leg, James Richardson will go from +3 in terms of leg difference to -1.
85.
And unlike Group A, this is only a 2-day group, so you can't afford to take too many heavy defeats.
And it's only the top
58.
2 that progress.
I think this would put a real spanner in the works here because,
58.
not meaning to be disrespectful here to Stephen Johnstone, but you'd expect James Richardson to win this game with the darts.
Absolutely.
180.
No thumbs up this time from James. More of a serious face there, growling at the board. Like I said yesterday, that's
140.
normally when he starts to find, when he gets that stomp on.
Yeah, he starts the motor. Got to come out.
99.
Have to finish. How low can Johnstone go off 218?
45.
Not low enough.
James Carr,
Allowing
164.
Richardson 6 darts at 164. It's not had a double yet in the match.
95.
If you're thinking this is the best of Stephen Johnstone, it's not. We have seen him win a match this week with a 92.77, so he does have a little bit extra in the locker as well, which might be what he needs to carry him over the line here. in this one.
99. James Carr,
He's
69.
been finishing. James doesn't want to be giving him a go at the 74, and he's going to get a go at the 74.
61. Stephen Carr, 74.
16 for tops. Oh, he's missed the big number. And again, that's just a
34.
bit of inexperience.
James Carr, 8.
Just putting a real quick one rather than having a moment.
4. Stephen Carr,
Well, I just
40.
looked at the sports book, and James Richardson was 4-9 before the off. We could have a bit of a acca buster on the very first game of the day. He's not missed a dart or double yet. That's a long way north, like this, where he composes. He's not rushing the situation. Knows these are big match darts.
20.
And how often do we see
James
that? Don't
Carr,
miss a double
4.
all the way to the last one and then miss 3 clean.
He was just never settled at any point during that visit. Oh, this should go. And
Game
does.
shot on the fourth leg. James Richardson.
James Richardson eventually gets a leg on the board. 20 on dart breaker throw. 3 match darts.
Fifth leg,
For
James to throw
Stephen Johnstone
first.
to wrap
Game
that one
on.
up full zip.
I think that could be a red pen moment. That might be something we talk about if James Richardson starts to find his A game
60.
here for the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of times yesterday. He lost a couple of matches where he won the opening
95.
2 legs and then just went on an absolute blitz. And then another one, he lost the opening leg and then reeled off 4 on the
60.
spin again.
$60. $26. $100.
Big last start there from Stephen Johnstone just to really compound the misery of the 26th for James Richardson, who is being completely outscored here by the consistency
73.
of Stephen Johnstone. It's not that he's blown him away with the big 140s and 180s. 9 scores of a ton or more against just the 2 of James Richardson right
100.
now. Make that 10.
$100. Stephen Carr, 146. 30.
You mentioned this in the last leg. When he gets down to that big key moment, just a little sign of inexperience there, and that 30 doesn't
41.
do much damage to the
Supercar
146.
116.
Well, at 41. He's Richardson. Plenty to do.
76. James Supercar
I think right now,
141.
Johnstone will be back with 3 in hand. At tops to get it done.
44. Supercar 40.
And we'd probably expect to see some form of reaction from him based on what we've seen over the last couple of days, but these are a long way off.
20. James Supercar 97.
Really lacking composure at crossing that line. There was a long way off again.
39. Supercar 20.
Just got to let it happen rather than trying to force it to happen.
10. James Supercar 58.
Just really struggling to cross that line. That's 10 missed match starts now for Stephen Johnstone. Will he get more?
20.
He will.
Stephen Supercar
Double
10.
5 for the match.
The nicest double in the world. That's why.
No score. James Supercar 38.
The longer this goes, the more encouragement this can give to James. He's just going to be thinking, this guy can't get over the line.
Can't put him away.
Game shot on the 5th leg. James Richardson.
Well, longest leg of the week there. James Richardson won't mind because he's kept him in the match.
And do you know what? That's something
6
I
leg
actually
Stephen
like
in the
about that
first.
situation.
Game on.
It's been a 30-dart leg there that James Richardson's won. And the modern way of doing so is throw your arms up in the air and go, oh, what a terrible leg.
25.
James Richardson knows the importance of winning that leg, and he doesn't care that it was in 30 darts. You heard him go, get in.
Mm.
The only thing he cares about is the success, not the 29
95.
darts that previously followed the successful one.
Absolutely. It's all it's relative, isn't it? How long
45.
it takes is irrelevant. The fact that it's 3-2 is key.
Because realistically, James Richardson now should be sat watching Mark Graham versus
100.
Jason Askew.
Remember, even Johnstone had
60.
darts to win 4-0, multiple darts to win 4-1.
He's had 12
100.
match darts, and that doesn't include like the burnt darts he's had where he's come inside something like this, the single 5 on the 10.
58.
And I agree with you. Richardson will be thinking, this guy can't put me away.
140.
It'll be a tough one to
100. James Supercar
Stephen Johnstone.
66.
take. So much success on the double 8.
Game shot on the
Trying
6th
to leave
leg.
it by
James
going to
Richardson.
the ball. Well, that one took half as long as the last one. That was a 15-dart break of throw. And we go to a deciding leg.
7th and final leg. James to throw first.
James
Game
to
on.
throw. I think Stephen thought it was his off.
So it'll be a tough one to take, but he might
60.
not have to take it yet. He's got one more opportunity to put this one right and get over the line. He starts with the perfect dart. Doesn't get a lot of 180s.
140.
That'd have been a perfect time to have got his first one of the day. He's only hit 6 so far for the week, but 3 of those came
60.
yesterday.
2 of them in one match, wasn't it?
This is brilliant. This is really good here from
140.
Stephen Johnstone. He's just absolutely blown a 3-0 lead, which he should have realistically got the game wrapped up at least twice, 4-0 and 4-1.
81.
And then he's responded in a 3-all situation against the darts with back-to-back 140s.
When you
60.
reach that stage of, or that point of no return, and you tend to then just throw instinctively rather than with too much thought.
140. Stephen Carr 161. 43. James McCall,
Imagine the reaction if that would
160.
have gone in. Hello. No, just over pitched.
140. Stephen McCall,
Well,
118.
that means this has to go.
Yeah, not a bad second prize. Double 20. Leaves double 19.
Gains
And he
on the
gets
match,
it.
Stephen Johnstone.
Stephen Johnstone with a brilliant finish in the end after great pressure from James Richardson, finding a 140 to leave double 10, is denied by the only 10+ finish in the match. And well, after that 30 dart leg in leg 5, we have back-to-back 15 darters. Incredible game and result in the end. Up next, Mark Graham against Jason Askew.
Back to the MODUS Super Series where James Richardson threatened the comeback against Stephen Johnstone, but it was the man who's throwing the chunky stumpies that got over the line by 4 legs to 3. Let's have a look at the stats. That kind of caveated by the fact there's a lot of missed darts at double 12 in the end from Stephen Johnstone to get the game wrapped up. A 118 being the highest finish of that particular encounter. But pivotal when you look at the league standings because that moves Stephen Johnstone up to 2nd place in the league standings. Doing himself level on points of Alexander Merkx on 8. Well, coming up now, it's Mark Graham. There we go, just confirmation on your screen of that league table. Johnstone AEC qualifier. He's getting one step closer towards Saturday night's final. Well, next up for us, it is Mark Graham in action up against Jason Askew. Askew, like a lot of the players in this group, a 3-2 record on the opening day here at the Super Series. As for Mark Graham, it was 2 points from his opening day. He'll be looking to pick up some victories, try and climb his way up the table and try and gate crash the Saturday night darty party in Pompey. Watching this one in the commentary box, Matt and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Well, it's a big game for both after that result by Stephen Johnstone, who is up into 2nd position now in a qualification spot. This man was a little slow out of the blocks yesterday. Another player who settled throughout the session.
Yeah, if that first game's anything to go by, this should be a great days of action because it had everything, a bit of drama. 3-0 lead, brought back to 3-3, and then really pulled out a big last leg, 2 140s and a 118. I'm just watching here. It's the thumbs up group, this, isn't it? James Richardson were giving us thumbs up all day yesterday on the 180s.
First leg is Mark to through first. Game on.
Now Mark Graham giving us a Andrew gilding. We didn't get a gilding there from James Richardson, but he probably wasn't in much of a joyful mood at the time because at that point he was
100.
getting towelled.
$134.
You managed to have a bit of a word earlier, didn't you, with Jason Askew, which will be uploaded onto the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And it was quite interesting, actually, when we spoke about the fact there's not been much form for him. He wasn't even playing at all, was he? Not even like in his locals.
No, he just made a choice. He had his reasons,
43.
which is obviously a personal matter, but he just decided, well, what we discussed, to literally just put them down, pick a moment,
15.
he did, which is coming back here at the Super Series and prep for that. That was his goal. And I like
99.
He had a plan.
He We got a good few weeks' notice, didn't he, before he came here? So we had some time to put a bit of preparation in, and he sort of eyed that up from like the back end of January, wasn't it?
Yep.
That he was going to try and get back into here and come and see if he can replicate that incredible record-setting average that he's got for this event.
One out of 40.
for
Mario Kart 76.
2 years. Had it threatened a couple of times, but plenty around 117, 116, 115. Well, there was a point in Group A when we thought Luke Littler
24. Jason Car
might set
32.
a new record.
Still not convinced that he won't.
Getting shot on the first leg. Jason Askew.
I wouldn't be surprised if we had our... Have we had the finals 99 data before?
No. Still
Second
waiting.
leg, Jason
I
is
wouldn't
on
be
first.
surprised if
Game on.
that gets happening this
We'll have to
coming
get-
Saturday
We'll
night.
have to get Connor Heenahan back for the nines. He's the only one doing
58.
one here, isn't he? Although we did see Reece Colley go very close last week, missing the double 12.
1 out of 40. $60. $47. $100. $100. $125.
Did have fears, didn't we, for Jason Askew yesterday coming into this? Didn't know what to expect from him. He opened with a 74 average, and some of the darts were so wayward in that match.
125.
He ended up getting
Jessica
a winning match number
158.
2, and hasn't really looked bad. He's been looking probably, I wouldn't say like himself, I'd probably say
134.
better than the
Mario Kart
version of Jason
89.
Askew we've seen before.
Well, the fundamentals of the throw look solid enough. It's not too much changed. I had a look back at
57.
some of the
Jessica
footage
24.
on our YouTube channels just to check if there's any
18.
change. But
Mario Kart 32.
I think for him now it's a case of building up the amount of darts he's playing
Getting shot on the second leg. Mark Graham.
and then just improving his levels of consistency.
Third leg Mark to throw first. Game on. $44. $140.
It'd be interesting to know as well if the plan moving forward, what that looks like. What does it look like after the Super
39.
Series this week?
I asked him that very question. What is the plan for the rest of the year? Where do the ambitions lie? And it was very much
180.
just baby steps and try and make slow progress.
And he gave it the thumbs up. Mark Graham gave it a smile. He smiled. If he surely, he probably wanted it a
125.
bit too much to give us the thumbs up. We've still not had the double Gildings yet, but we are certainly having a Andrew Gilding
100.
tribute group.
Yeah, it's lovely. All paying their own little bit of respects to Andrew Gilding, who picked up his first major and winning the UK Open, of course, not that long ago.
99. Jason got 81.
Well, I think we've got to get back-to-back 180s for the double Gilding.
I'm going to lay it out there now. If
41.
no one throws up the double Gilding, I'm going to do it in a few weeks' time. I've got it the 180 first, actually, haven't I? That's going to be the hard bit.
You'll have no problem.
44. Jason Carr 40.
Tops after
Game
12.
shot on the third leg.
It's a
Jason
13
Askew.
darter. A third consecutive break of throw.
Fourth leg, Jason to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 95.5 here. Jason Askew.
140. 96.
Welcome along. If you're joining us on our YouTube channel, welcome back. If you're a subscriber,
96.
if you're not, please hit that subscribe button. Give us a like and don't forget to click on that bell and you'll get notified when we go live every time and add
180.
add new footage on our YouTube channel. And if you are a social media user, at MSS Darts,
58.
all one word on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. If you want to get in touch today,
125.
make sure you also include at the Edgar 501 on your Twitter, and that will come straight through to the
57.
commentary
Mario
box.
Kart
And we can answer
100.
any of your questions or any of your opinions and thoughts.
It's open in front of me right now. That was
76.
at the Edgar
Jason Carr
501. Put it in
150.
there with your tags. And we'll be able to answer your questions, queries, thoughts, or observations.
42.
I think
Mario
one
Kart
observation that I can
24.
offer you is not only is this the Gilding tribute show on the stage with a thumbs up, but every time someone throws a thumbs up, there's a cheer coming from the practice room.
18. Jason Carr 108.
Triple 19 for double. There is another option. 51.38. Wow, what a dart that is.
92. Mario Kart 6.
Never nice down here. Bottom of, ooh,
No
wow.
score. Jason Carr 16.
Well, he was just painting that exact picture.
Game shot on
Jason
the fourth
Askew.
leg. Jason Askew.
Will feel like a bit of a pinch in the pocket, that one.
Fifth leg, Mark to throw first. Game on.
He was a long way behind when Mark Graham had
60.
his initial darts at a double. He was back on 150. Much better
140.
performance in terms of numbers in this opening match of the day than yesterday.
82.
About 17 points in terms of improvement.
I think that's all we can
85.
really say about Jason Askew. It's been constant improvement in his level of performance.
Just looked more and more settled. Of course, he's
57.
making his debut at this new venue. Why don't you join us tomorrow night? We're here at the Live Lounge in
180.
Portsmouth on London Road. Doors open at 6:30. All you have to do is
93.
head
Jason
over
Carr
to
96.
www.dartshop.tv. Book your ticket. It's a £1 booking
48.
fee. Come down and enjoy the action.
I think the Tungsten T-Rex has gone for dinner.
I think don't know what's happened to the Tungsten T-Rex.
177. Jason
What a
Carr
visit that
48.
is. To put a bit of pressure on.
Game shot on the match.
Match
Jason
or not,
Askew.
that's a 15 dart breaker throw to win it 4-1, an average of 92.56 for Jason Askew. Couple of 180s in there, 4 140s, decent on the doubles, 4 from 9, and a very impressive start to the day for Jason Askew as he does join Alexander Merkx on 8 points. And Alexander is up next against Kenny Neyens.
Series where Jason Askew has got the better of Mark Graham by 4-1 in our second match of the day. Askew moving on to 8 points in the group, doing so with a highly impressive performance, it has to be said. 92.5 the averages, a couple of maximums in that match, and 4 out of 9 when it came to the doubling. So Askew joins Alexander Merkx and Stephen Johnstone on 8 points at the top of that group. Alexander Merkx has the opportunity to become the first player to move on to 10 points in the group. He takes on Kenny Neyens from Belgium. These two have been playing each other 5 times this week. The 5th meeting, will it be the one for Alexander or one for Kenny Neyens? But before we get this one underway, I just want to bring a point up which you may not have seen on air during the commercial break. Both players going on the stage and greeting Paul Hinks with a very nice good morning. You know what? Doesn't matter who you are. Manners don't cost anything. Nice little bit of respect on that stage. And that is what the Super Series is all about. Right, let's get into this one then and hand over to Chris and Matt. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon, everybody. And Henry as well. I think if you was to look purely at the table at this game, you would say that Alexander Merkx is going to be the hot favourite and the most likely winner. However, the odd compilers have gone a little bit tighter on that, and I agree that this is not one that you can purely look at the table to look at. We're taking Kenny Neyens here, the 28-year-old from Belgium.
First leg is Kenny to throw first.
We're looking at his achievements.
Game on.
He's played in the World Masters, the PDC World Championship at Alexandra Palace. He's played at the UK Open. That's off the back of winning a Challenge Tour title in 2021 and in 2022.
100.
So in the last 2 years picking up a title, and also picking up a title in 2016 and 17 on the PDC
59.
Development Tour. It hasn't been his week. Yesterday certainly wasn't his day, but the levels of performance that he did across the day was an 86.80.
40.
Which, if we compare that across to Alexander Merkx's whole week, it's actually
80.
better than that. Yes, Alexander Merkx was very good yesterday, but that was 1 day in 4. So I think there's question marks here, and we could see a bit of a bottom of the table upsetting the top.
180.
And right on cue, as you say that, he finds his first max
91.
of the match. Well, I get where you're coming from, but the fact that he only
56.
has the 1 win over Merkx this week, and he was, well,
98.
beaten
Kenny
heavily
Leclerc,
yesterday,
125.
I thought may influence his performance today. He was beaten 4-0 comprehensively with a 100-plus average.
65.
But you're right, in terms of darts is all very much on the day, and no 2 days are the same.
83.
I just look at the
60.
context of this match as well, and it means a lot more for Alexander than it does to Kenny Neyens.
Yep.
And we might just see that baggage weigh a little bit heavy on Alexander throughout this match in key moments.
Game show on the first
and
leg.
maybe
Kenny
across the
Neyens.
day, because we've seen it before. When you are out on top on the table, that comes with its own pressure as well.
Like Alexander to
And
throw
you can
first. Game on.
almost go into defensive mode.
96.
But Alexander has won a week, the Super Series.
But he's not won what Kenny Neyens has.
No.
180.
And this would be a significant upset. It's 11-10, Kenny Neyens.
59.
4-6, Alexander Merkx.
The thing is just riddled with value.
Well,
125.
was Merkx minus 1.5 to
91.
win 4-2 or better, but that's purely based on the most recent levels of performance.
90.
And combined results
99.
and averages
Kenny
for the
O'Carr,
week and
106.
aggregate in terms of legs played and won between the two.
74. Alexander O'Carr, 156.
Right now, Neyens is doing to Merkx what Merkx did to Neyens yesterday.
26. Kenny O'Carr, 32.
Oh, it's a one-man game at the
Getting
moment.
shot in the
And that's
second leg.
all about
Kenny
the man in
Neyens.
blue, Kenny Neyens. 28-year-old from Belgium, who I can actually give you a little bit of a fun fact about. So Kenny Neyens
Third leg, Kenny to
debuted
throw
in the
first. Get
PDC
on.
World Championship in 2018. He then lost that match, which was the last 72. Now, if you think that's a strange number, this was in the old days, the last
100.
year of prelims.
Yeah.
The very last season of prelims. And he lost in that prelim
60.
to Jamie Lewis. Now, why that's a fun fact for you is because Kenny Neyens' walk-on song is Uptown Funk by Mark Ronson featuring Bruno
100.
Mars, and Jamie Lewis's walk-on song is Uptown Funk by Mark Ronson
140.
featuring Bruno Mars. It was the Bruno Mars off.
Solution to that problem, double walk on.
91. $95.
He's playing so well in this game.
121.
Much better than, or much more composed within himself as well than he was yesterday, and certainly the back end
58.
of Wednesday.
Kenny O'Carr, 89.
This is the sort of Kenny Neyens and the sort of form he was showing that won him
56.
those titles.
Alexander O'Carr,
To win one challenge
148.
title is good, but to win two in back-to-back seasons, that's impressive.
140. Kenny O'Carr, 33.
Oh, we thought that was in. Fishing rods out. Reel him in.
Game shot on the third leg. Kenny Neyens.
Well, happy birthday to Paul Holloway today. Player we've seen at the Super Series.
Fourth leg, Alexander to throw first. Game on.
Tomorrow, three players that were featured heavily
96.
in our system here. Aaron Monk, Connor Scott, and Dom Taylor.
100.
And I believe it's Pro Tour weekend as well, so they'll be celebrating their birthday at the darts.
Yep, it certainly is.
81.
Two Pro Tours and a European Tour qualifier coming your way on Monday.
So, congratulations to Gavin
57.
Price, who picked up his fourth Premier League night title. He was just
29.
irresistible last night. Averages of 116, 108 and 100 in the final.
I'm sure one of the current leading
108
predictors in the game predicted that one, actually.
I did. Oh, you, yeah. Well, I was with you on it as well. I very much
45.
thought
Kenny
that
164.
he was going to do the business last night.
If I don't stop this soon, I'm going to get accused of being a time traveller or something. I'm like the Matt Groening of darts.
40. $140.
This
Kenny
1-2-4 is for the match, and a
124.
comfortable 4-0 victory, it has to be said here for Kenny Neyens.
Oh. Wow.
99. Alexander Carl
Not
110.
really seen anything to suggest this will go, and it's not going to. Kenny Neyens,
42.
role
Kenny
reversal.
25.
Got pumped 4-0 yesterday. Can repay the favour.
Game shot on the match.
Have
Kenny
it straight
Neyens.
back. A good performance there for Kenny Neyens. A 91 average, 3 180s was enough to see him beat the man top of the table, Alexander Merkx, who now moves down into second place, with Jason Askew going into that top position, who will be coming up in our next game against James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Kenny Neyens really has put the cats amongst the pigeons here in Group C, as he's got the better of the man who led the table overnight, Alexander Merkx, by 4-0. A really impressive performance from Neyens, an improvement of what we've seen from him over the past couple of days. A 91 average, 3 maximums, but the biggest improvement came in the finishing stakes, 4 from 9, restricting Alexander Merkx to no darts at double at all in in that particular matchup. So we have completed our first round of fixtures for our second day's action here in Group C. So let's have a look now at the league standings following the conclusion of the first round of fixtures for the day. And as you can see, it could not be any tighter at the top. 3 players tied on 8 points at the top of the players. 8, 8, 8. Well, take your pick as far as who's going to go through from there. James Richardson on 6 himself. And Kenny Neyens plays himself back into contention as well, moving himself onto 4 points in the group. Well, round 2 gets underway with the meeting between the man at the top of the table now because of the heavy defeat for Alexander Merkx in Jason Askew. He takes on James Richardson. It's our 4th match of the day, and it's going to be watched in the impeccable company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, here's a real big opportunity for James Richardson to join in to the group on 8. Or this man to pull clear at the top and move on to 10.
We can be guilty at times of saying this is a big game, this is a big game, but in terms of this situation right now, this is a massive game for James Richardson, because actually if he was to lose to Jason Askew, Askew would go 10 points, keep Richardson 4 points away from him on 6. And our next game is Stephen Johnstone versus Alexander Merkx, who are the 2 players in position 2 and 3, both on 8 points. If James Richardson is to lose this game, with 3 games left, he will be 4 points off of qualifying.
Well, the reason why I think it's an even bigger game for James Richardson is the fact that
140.
the last time he won a match was against Mark Graham, match
46.
number 8 yesterday afternoon, where he won 4-1. Psychological
45.
impact of continuing to get beaten
100.
will be an issue.
And getting beaten with less of a fight as well. He did lose that first game. He had a hat-trick of wins followed by a hat-trick of defeats. And that first defeat came
47.
with a 94.79 average, a decent level of performance. But then it went down to 78. And he's come back today and it's down again, 73.
134.
So the averages are declining, which means the likelihood of him turning it round shrinks.
Well, yeah, because the results are having
133.
a negative impact on his performance.
135. James McCall, 136.
One of those would have left double 8.
96. James McCall, 86.
He needs to find something to reignite
Game shot on the
his
first leg.
performance level,
James
and it might
Richardson.
be coming here because that is much better.
Second leg,
If
James
you can
to
do
third
the things that
first.
James
Game
Richardson
on.
has, such as, first of all, getting through Q School, then qualifying for the World Championship, then beating a legend of the game, the 5-time World Champion,
134.
Raymond van Barneveld at the World Championship. And that's not his solo appearance at the World Championship. He has had other appearances there as well, as
100.
along with things such as the UK Open. If you can do these things in these sort of situations
100.
where we're saying, we've painted the picture is what it is. It's a must-win game, really, for James Richardson.
96.
When you come to these games, you don't tend to get nervous, you tend to get excited. And the two are so close together in terms of the body reaction.
140.
Well, you reach that point of no return, and you tend to sort of
78.
go into
James
a
McCall,
default mode.
127.
Often these matches are a bit of a blur.
87.
He wasn't going to treat us to the 1-2-7 and game. He's obviously not playing that game. They're playing the Andrew Gilding game with the
40.
thumbs up on the
James
180s, but they're not
McCall,
playing the
40.
Hinksy.
Moment, Richardson's playing a blinder.
Game shot on the second leg.
To
James
back,
Richardson.
14 dark legs.
wonder if James Richardson just had a little look over to the monitors.
Good luck,
The
Jason,
league
to throw
table is
first.
in
Game
there.
on.
They'll be able to see it live updating. And I wonder if he just had a look and
134.
knowing that fixture next, because this wouldn't have been as big of a fixture as it is now if it wasn't for how the fixture list has broken down. If it wasn't
38.
Merkx versus Johnstone next, this one might not feel as important as it now does just because of the order of play.
140. $43. 180.
57 left after 9. There's some response.
140. Jason Carr, 47. $39.
Fortunately, such a strong leg. He will be back. Double 4.
100. Jason Carr, 8. Getting shot on the third leg. Jason
This match is getting
Askew.
better. Back-to-back 14s for James. That was a 13. Could have been an 11.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
These are the sort of games that will draw the best out of each other. Pacey games, quality games, where you can just
96.
shut off from all the other distractions. You don't have to listen to what Paul Hinks is saying. You expect it to be good. Just focus on yourself.
180. $57.
Do you have a specific call you use for your 180s at home? Might hear a Paul Hinks one again.
140.
Yeah, mine's most definitely the Noble.
100.
And 174 is 177's more of a Bevins.
88.
He was one of the original ones that really wanted to emphasise those because they are the same sort of impact as a 180.
140. Jason Carr,
The
93.
maximum score at the target you're aiming for.
53. James
Look on
Carr,
board, but
108.
Went aggressive. 48 remaining. Tops.
Game shot on
Wow.
the fourth leg. James
Yeah,
Richardson.
clench fist, I should say so. That was a beauty. Askew poised to break throw, leaving tops after 12.
Fifth leg, Jason to
Not
throw
getting a go.
first. Game on.
This is a
140.
real enjoyable game of two people hitting each other with big power scores and moments. Combined average over 200.
38.
The Askew one just feels like it's
95.
climbing constantly.
Yet the gap in the
140.
scoreline continues to get extended. Here he comes again.
180.
3 in the last 3 legs.
85. Jason Carr, 86.
Paul Hinks will probably be hoping this doesn't go 7 legs or he's going to need a glass of water.
26.
The big score's been bellowed out by the Hinks.
125. Jason Carr, 60. $40. James Carr, 130.
In the last. He trumped that here, can still finish. That's the benefit of starting down there, I suppose, on
27.
113.
Jason Carr, 20.
He's ended up making an absolute mess of that one.
Getting shot on the
Not that
fifth
it's
leg.
gonna
Jason Askew.
Impact the game too much because Jason Askew mops that up with the opening dart. A 16 darter there for Jason Askew to keep hold of his throw. But you can see
6-8
by
James
the
to serve
look of
first.
determination all over the face of James Richardson that this is the one he was eyeing up. This is where he thinks he can get this job done.
100.
These are the type of games you want to be involved in, and these are the type of games you get so much confidence from
96.
if you win them. You're continually being asked the question.
180.
You provide the answer. There's no better feeling. It's exactly what James Richardson is doing here.
40.
It's hard to even.
140.
This is the same player from the opening match of the session, where he went down 4-3 with a
60. James
73-64 average.
But this would move 4 players onto 8 points.
49.
He will be back. Jason Askew a long way back. 9 darts thrown. He's still on 305.
128. James 32.
32 for the match. Complete.
Game shot in the match.
A bit
James
of a-
Richardson.
Best performance there really for James Richardson. A 97.89 the average, and a good, solid, all-round performance when we take a look at the stats. Paul Hinks is going to need to go for a rest and a glass of water after that one, and we'll be taking a break ourselves, and then we'll be joined back by Stephen Johnson taking on Alexander Merkx.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Absolutely superb stuff here at the Super Series. Would you believe it? Out of nowhere, he pins a 170 finish. This is just an exhibition of fantastic finishing.
180.
That was a cracking leg of darts.
144 were called, just 6 remain. This is the Champions Week Grand Final. After 3 months and over 1,300 games, it comes down to this.
Game on.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Kate Nixon, Robin Young.
I think we might need to get the abacus out today here at the Super Series, because James Richardson has just caused more madness here at the Live Lounge by getting the better of Jason Askew 4-2. And what a game we saw. Maybe game of the week, you could possibly argue that. 97.86 the Richardson average. Jason Askew averaged 96, had 3 maximums, 33% on the doubles, and didn't get the win. Richardson 4 out of 8 when it came to the outer ring, including that 108 high checkout. So that means now the absolute carnage in the league table, where we're going to have 4 players all tied on 8 points at the top of the standings. So earlier on this afternoon, we caught up with Jason Askew. Obviously, it's his first time here at the Live Lounge in Port. It's been a little while since we've seen him play in general. And obviously, on the back of that 118 average, which we got here 2 years ago, the record that we've got in this competition, we thought it was about time me and Chris had a little bit of a catch-up with him on that stage behind us to see where the darts are at the minute and, of course, reflect on that brilliant, scintillating average. Welcome to the stage here at the MODUS Super Series. We've got Jason Askew alongside myself and Chris Mason. Jason, it's been a little while since we've seen you here at the Super Series. First of all, how have the darts been going?
The darts have been okay, going okay, a bit up and down, but after a long layout, it's to be expected, I think.
I'd say a little bit of a break for yourself. You enjoying getting back into the swing of things?
I am, yeah. I mean, sort of January this year, sort of just wanted to get back into it and sort of kick on.
What was the spark for you to get back into it again?
I don't really know, to be honest. It was sort of had a couple of personal issues sort of last year, which I didn't really want to sort of get back into darts and sort of take care of them, and then, you know, they're hopefully over, and now here we are.
You have to be delighted with how yesterday went, especially how it started. You looked a little edgy, which again is to be expected when you've had that much time out, but after that, happy?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first game, obviously, as you say, was a bit edgy, sort of taking in the surroundings and sort of getting used to it. But I sort of thought I played okay.
Yeah, it was steady standard. And there was a bit of pressure, of course, because you were 3-1 favourite to win the group yesterday, which after a long layoff and in a strong group, were you surprised at that?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that until you just said. So, yeah, I think, yeah. A bit surprised by it, yeah.
Yeah, well, I suppose we've got to talk about it. The record average, can you remember it?
I can. And at the time, I sort of felt like I was playing okay, but not my best sort of thing. And then, but as a player as well, you sort of know when you're in that zone, it just clicks.
Were you doing the dreaded like we all do at Super League and starting to count the darts?
I wasn't. I came off after that game and I knew I played okay, but I didn't think it was that good. But
yeah, it's amazing. How many times have you watched it back?
A couple of dozen, maybe.
Did you use that knowing you were coming back to here, because you obviously consciously picked a time to come back, and I always think that's good when you've got a plan. Did you use that as a bit of inspiration, just to check yourself in terms of your throw?
I did. I sort of when I started playing again, sort of earlier this year, I sort of looked back at that and sort of thinking, how was my throw? Sort of kind of replicate it, try to replicate it, and at the moment it's going okay.
Yeah, it's certainly not far off.
No, certainly, and I mean, it's something that we bring up quite a lot on commentary. How much do you get brought up that average from friends and other people?
A few times. People say, so how did you do that? And I don't really know, to be honest. I just sort of I play, and some people bring it up, and that's what it is really. Yeah, I don't really sort of. I don't know what the words are, but I don't really care about it as much. I just want to win.
Because I suppose in that scenario, when you do something like that, on the back of it, there can be a target on your back. But I suppose for you, it was a great achievement, and I suppose it's something maybe you want to do or try and replicate again in the future, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if I can just feel like that and play like that again, I'll be happy.
What's the ambitions for apart from this? Obviously, you've come here looking like you're in good shape to go deep and certainly qualify for Saturday night's final. What's the ambitions for the rest of the year?
I'm not sure really. Just see how this goes. Hopefully, if I can get invited back, play it again and
baby steps,
and we'll take it as it is.
We look forward to watching you on that journey. Thank you very much for your time here today, Chris. Thank you as ever, Jason Askew, the record man. 118.44. Will it ever be beat? We're going to find out. Yeah, the man with the record average, Jason Askew. Great to catch up with him alongside myself and Chris Mason a little bit earlier on today. Well, we're going to move into Game 5 of our day now. It's going to see Stephen Johnstone in action up against Alexander Merkx. Merkx, who in his first game was on the wrong end of the scoreline against Kenny Neyens. As for Johnstone, well, he had to survive a little bit of a comeback in the end from James Richardson. He raced into a 3-0 lead before that one, then going all the way to the wire. Johnstone then finding that winning double to get over the line. Well, we're going to see the Chunky Stumpy in action now, although less about the presenter. Anyway, let's hand over to the commentary box. Here's Chris and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, if you're wondering what that is reference to, it's this man's darts. That's the name of them, isn't it? As you can see there, Chunky Stumpies.
I like the name. I like it. It's original. It's good. And he's throwing them good as well. He's been playing some superb stuff at the back end of this group. And if anything, he probably should have had a very comfortable victory in his opening game against James Richardson. Struggled to get over the line, missed a lot of match darts, but then that last leg really showing a lot of determination and bottle.
Yeah, a couple
First
of
leg is
140s
Stephen to
in the
throw
leg and then
first.
118 out.
Game
and
on.
He had to negotiate a real blocking dart. Dart 1, found the treble 20 and got the double 19 to win it 4-3 in the end.
100.
And again, it's things that will give him confidence and belief.
Well, I think this is the one. This is the match. Because actually, if he's to beat Alexander Merkx here, it goes from a case of going, maybe Stephen Johnstone could get himself into the mix to going, actually, he's a serious contender
100.
here to actually qualify, which would be an amazing story for a man that's never played darts outside of his local area.
140.
It's the opportunities, the ADC and the MODUS Super Series
44.
is giving players right now. I mentioned yesterday when we were having a chat how many years he would have to
100.
play to get this amount of under the lights experience.
Well, it's not just that. If he was to make Saturday night's final,
54. Alexander Carr,
first of all, you'd say,
121.
A, he would probably be due a re-invite, so we'd see him again down here.
89.
And B, it would move his weekly payment to nearly £2,000, which would be the most
36.
he's ever won from
Alexander
darts.
Carr,
That's nearly a
32.
Challenge Tour win.
Yep. You don't want to be giving him
No
a go
score.
at 167.
Stephen Carr, 167.
This out against James Richardson yesterday. He's not going to replicate it here.
102. Alexander Carr,
It's one of them
32.
shots we know he's capable of, and then he'll tell you
Getting shot
about
on
it
the
after
first
he's
leg.
done so
Alexander
with that
Merkx.
come on, get in approach. But Merkx wraps that one up, confirms the break.
Merkx is, well, he's coming off
Second
the
leg,
back
Alexander
of
to
an
throw
absolute
first. Game
drubbing to Kenny Neyens, where he was thumped 4-0. Didn't get a double in the whole match.
140.
Seems to be playing at the level that saw him pick up 4 wins
60.
in 5 matches yesterday.
Defeat. 135.
Was to James Richardson yesterday. And it was an absolute cracker. He won the opening 2
55.
legs in 15 darts, and then James Richardson went bonkers, reeling off 4 on the spin and an average of 101.15.
$125. Alexander Carr, 129. $97. $140. Alexander Carr, 32.
I spoke a lot about how to react to a negativity.
16. Stephen Carr,
Merkx so far reacted
121.
very well to that negative result. He took a toweling off Kenny Neyens, but it's the bullseye for Stephen Johnstone.
96. Alexander
I
Carr,
always get a little bit
16.
excited when those sort of shots are going in, because you know if it does go in, you're going to see a little bit of visual
Game shot on
passion
the second
from
leg. Alexander Merkx.
Stephen Johnstone.
Back-to-back legs, consolidating the break with an 18-dart hold.
Third leg, Stephen to throw
Johnston
first.
missing the
Game on.
ball.
$140. $96. $58. 95.
It's
94.
a very important point of the day, really, for Merkx. His next game would be against Jason Askew, who is another player in this real chasing pack.
60.
Mark Graham and Kenny Neyens appear to have had their races run. When you look at the fact we've got 4 players on 8 points.
140.
I think if you'd have
96.
offered this to
Stephen
Stephen
Carr,
Johnstone as he
69.
walked through the door on Monday morning, and he said by the time Friday comes round, you're going to be joint top of the table with 3 other players, he would have bit your hand off.
Absolutely. Slightly forced
32.
into going for
Alexander
it.
Carr,
with
154.
154. You know how good he is at a big finish. He's had multiple big shots out this week.
59. Stephen Carr, 37. $21. Alexander Carr, 95. $70. Stephen Carr, 16.
Dodged a bullet there. This has got to go. Slide it down the side of that one.
Game shot on the third leg. Stephen
Eventually
Johnstone.
does with dart 3. Just to let Merkx know he's still in the match.
I think it was
Fourth
last
leg,
week
Alexander
that
through
we
first. Game on.
opened up a topic to our social media viewers, and we asked them who would be your
140.
ideal dart player. Well, I think if we was to do an ideal dart player
45.
based on the players that we've seen here this week, I think I would have Stephen Johnstone as my best finisher.
57.
I would probably go with Luke Littler for 180 hitting ability.
85.
And I think for resilience, you'd have to go with James Richardson.
100.
It's not even, for me, it's not even a question who's the
96.
best finisher this week. It's Stephen.
Yeah, statistically, not an opinion. It's a fact.
95. $100. Alexander Carr, 109. $77.
Just finding himself getting outscored at the moment.
75. Alexander Carr, 32.
Well, is there a way in?
Watch yourself there, Hinksy. He's going to be throwing over his head, I think.
14. Stephen Carr,
You've
100.
been speared a couple of times. Oh, hello.
60.
Wow.
Alexander Carr, 18.
Splits 2 for double 8.
2. Stephen
Oh,
Carr,
well.
40.
I didn't see this coming.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Stephen Johnston.
Steps in. He's back-to-back legs for Merkx, legs 1 and 2. Back-to-back legs 3 and 4 for Johnston. And we're back on throw.
Fifth leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on.
He puts himself in an unbelievable position here with a win.
20.
You imagine just... I mean, just... That'd be an interview I'd want to hear, really, to be honest with you, from Stephen Johnstone, because
140.
having a conversation with him for the last couple of days on the way out of the venue, he's a very
45.
interesting character. He's someone who's just enjoying every single opportunity that is coming his way in this, and he's
140.
really embracing the experience.
$60.
Do have a incredible lineup coming into the
$43.
Super Series of European players. Fascinating
60.
lineup for next week, which will be announced in due course.
58.
Going to be a cracking end to series number 3. Interesting names coming your way.
53.
And then straight into
Alexander Karl,
Champions Week,
120.
which there's some very big names in it.
Already.
100. $95.
There's the first
Alexander
one.
Karl, 20.
We've been talking about how we've not seen
Game
any
shot on the
mistakes
fifth
yet
leg.
from Stephen
Alexander
Johnstone.
Merkx.
It doesn't really matter in context of this leg because Alexander Merkx has taken out the double with the first dart. But persisting on the 20s, a switch to the 18s would have left in
Six
the
leg
finish.
Alexander to through first. Game on.
There'll always be a tell, and there'll always be a moment where you see that inexperience sort of come into play.
140.
But that's the first time in 5 days that we've been able to nitpick a little bit at Stephen Johnstone.
41.
Yeah, he's just having a game here where he's just lost the scoring element to his game.
46.
The 140 line in this match, it's 3
45.
for Stephen, 7 for Alexander Merkx.
43. $140.
Don't forget our coverage will remain on YouTube, but we will be joined by our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV
97.
at 3 o'clock.
$85.
Well, 6 starts at 175 for Merkx for the match. Let's put
121.
a big hole in that 175.
$40. Alexander Karl, 54.
So to recover after a 4-0 defeat in his opening game where he didn't get a single dart of the double, he wants double 9. Or is he opting the split?
36.
He was looking
Stephen
at the
Karl,
scoreboard. He was
150.
contemplating the idea.
There's a big walk on the last start as well.
82.
Well, it's ambitious,
Alexander Karl,
Stephen,
18.
and I love it.
Game
And
shot
the
of the
split
match. Alexander Merkx.
is the right choice, and a big win for Alexander Merkx, especially after what Matt mentioned last time out. Drubbed 4-0 without a dart, a double, recovers with a 4-2 win over Stephen Johnstone, and he goes back to the top of the table on 10 points. When we come back, Mark Graham faces Kenny Neyens.
Every Saturday we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And that is how you can be here on a Saturday night. And that is what every player is wanting to do here at the MODUS Super Series. Head over to dartshop.tv to get your tickets at every single Saturday night. And if you want to book in advance, the final Champions Week isn't too far away now. That's on Saturday, the 6th of May. So why don't you get your tickets now, be a part of what's going to be a packed-out crowd for a big evening. We've already got some big hitters already confirmed for Champions. That is what all the players are trying to do here. Well, before the break, we saw Alexander Merkx get the better of Stephen Johnstone by 4 legs to 2. These are the stats from it. An 81.61 average, 4 out of 23 when it came to the doubling. But one thing we don't see too often from Alexander Merkx, that was that big pent-up and let-out celebration at the end of that one. He knows that was a crucial win in the context of the winner of that one would have gone top and moved on to double figures in terms of points. Well, we're going to move into our 6th game now. It's going to be our last game before we join viewers on Sporty Stuff TV at 3 o'clock. It sees Mark Graham, the Welshman, in action. He takes on Kenny Neyens from Belgium. Wales against Belgium. Well, Abigail Davis would probably call this the Hal Robson-Carnu derby, but it was the Belgian that was the 4-1 victor in the fixture yesterday. What is today going to bring? Chris and Matt.
Thanks, Henry. Well, after his performance last time out, where he beat Merkx 4-0, Kenny will be going into this one. Bags of confidence, hit 318, is 4 out of 9 on the doubles, an average of just over 91. He's the 4-6 favourite for the match. And for you short price backers, I think that is a decent bit of value. In their meeting yesterday,
First leg is Mark to through first.
4-1.
Game on.
Again, and similar success rate on the doubles as his opening match today, 4 out of 9. Bit of symmetry. Mark.
39.
I think this has not really been Mark Graham's week. We have seen him here a couple of times
45.
before, and it's been a much more successful stomping ground for him. He has reached through to a finals night on occasion, but it's just not happened here for him. And
31.
I'm sure he's experienced enough to not let that rock him too much in his pursuits. His goal each and every year is Lakeside.
134.
He travels around Europe to make sure that can happen. He's recently been to Romania.
135.
A good run out there. Picked up plenty of ranking points. Do believe the WF system is now a 2-year ranking system, so that'll help towards his pursuit for
134.
next year's Lakeside as well.
Yep.
$120.
120 floor.
$94. $125. Kanuka 94. $84. Mark Ricard 51.
Oh, he's gone for the big 11 and he's slipped it in the double. He's got to burn another dart here to leave it. He's a little bit unsure on the maths. It's 29 left. He's gone for the 13 for the double 8.
43. Kenny O'Carr, 10.
Break a throw for Kenny Neyens. Well, it's a flyer.
5. Mark Ricard, 8.
Very little composure in those ones for Kenny, who hasn't had too much go his own way this week.
4. Kenny
We'll
O'Carr,
get another
5.
opportunity. 2 2s.
Game shot on the first leg.
It is a
Kenny
breaker
Neyens.
throw. Mark Graham had plenty of opportunities there to hold it. He had 4 darts at the double, and that's after hitting that double 11 and burning an opportunity for even more darts. And
Second
that
leg,
was sort
Kenny
of
to throw
the
first.
beginning of the
Game on.
downfall there for Mark Graham. It sort of knocked him out of his stride a little bit.
96.
Yeah, it's just when you've lost a bit of composure and things aren't going your way, those kind of things do happen.
54. $46.
This will complete lap number 7 of 10 in Group C.
85.
And there are still 4 players well and truly in the mix. If any names to win this one, we could still keep him as an outsider as part of this process.
59. $100.
Yeah, but a lot of things would have to go his way, though, of course.
$100.
The big matches come thick and fast. And no one much
56.
bigger than the next one coming up, especially for Jason Askew as he faces Alexander Merkx. Chopping and changing at the top of the
100.
table all afternoon so far.
$70. Kenny O'Carr, 100. $60. Mark Ricard, 136. $96. Kenny
This time
O'Carr,
able to
40.
leave himself on tops like he was trying to in the last leg. He's going to get a shot at it. He needs Kenny Neyens to miss, and that is a long way off.
Game shot
The
on the second
facials
leg. Kenny
tell you
Neyens.
everything you need to know about it. The lack of composure continues on the doubles, but he is hitting them.
Well, back to back.
Third leg, Mark to throw first.
20
Game on.
darters giving Kenny Neyens a 2-0 lead.
100. $134. $95. $140.
It's first on 40 of the match.
$125.
Was trending last night, wasn't he? Mark Graham on Twitter, the butcher in the sports category on Twitter.
91.
It might have been a different butcher. I didn't click on it, but I'm assuming it's for Mark Graham.
92. Kenny O'Carr, 136.
Tops.
96. Mark Ricard, 89.
Very modern route.
Game shot on the third leg, Mark Graham.
Super leg from Mark Graham. He was under it all the way through.
Kenny Neyens missing that 136.
Fourth leg, Kenny
was the only shot he's going to get
on.
in that leg. Mark Graham, much better performance there. 15 darter.
57.
He is out of a qualifying position now. Can only reach 10 points if he wins all of his last 4 games. Alexander Merkx already on 10 points at the top of the table.
57.
Merkx coming up next.
85.
Askew. First one of lap 8. You feel there a victory for Merkx will probably
140.
Probably put him 1 win away from being through.
Yep. I agree.
54. $47. $81.
Very good
$100.
response this from Mark Graham.
$105. Kenny Rukar, 100.
Surprised that the
Mark Ricard,
tops with that
76.
dart at the treble 20 on dart 1. It looked inviting. Can Graham find tops? Ooh,
46.
can find
Kenny
a double,
Ricard,
but it's the
40.
wrong one.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Kenny Neyens.
Neyens, for the 3rd time in this match, wins a leg in 30 darts. In 20, 30. We did have a 30
Fifth leg marked to
20
third
darts.
first. Game on.
It was Mark Graham left on 30 after in double 5, going for tops.
60.
Fair to say that these two have different goals and ambitions and directions. We've mentioned Mark Graham wants to play on the WDF Tour. Kenny Neyens has ambitions to reach the PDC Pro
47.
Tour. He's currently flying his trade on the Challenge Tour, and he's picked up some decent results recently at the Challenge Tour events that happened in Hildesheim. Few names you might
93.
recognise, like Benito van der Pas, James Richardson, who's playing here this week, Lucas Venig, the winner of last week,
134.
but also possibly and arguably right now one of the most informed players who do not have a PDC Tour card, Barry Van Peer.
He's playing
134.
stuff. He played so well here, didn't he? Just a couple of weeks ago.
56. $86.
The top 2 players on the Challenge Tour do get automatic tour cards.
100.
And
Mark
if you're high
Ricard,
on that ranking, you
128.
can often get yourself into a invitational to play in the Pro Tour this year.
Yep. Double 10 for a beauty.
108. Kenny Ricard, 164.
Kenny's been picking up a good couple of wins.
94.
Probably outside
Mark
the
Ricard,
positions
20.
of players that are going to get an invite. Currently 36th on that Challenge Tour order of merit, so we'll be looking to
Game
pick
shot
up
on the
another
fifth
title
leg,
and
Mark
make it
Graham.
3 years in a row that he's been able to win a Challenge Tour title. If you can do that, you'll get some more Pro Tour invites. He's had plenty over the years.
6 leg Kenny to throw first. Game on. $100. 59.
John Henderson currently sat top of that Challenge Tour Order of Merit, but not by much. He's actually only just ahead of two players who are really close to him. One, Ron Meulenkamp, who lost his tour card last year, and the other one, a former BDO World Champion, making a very big resurgence in form.
134.
Well, I can exclusively reveal that Ron Meulenkamp will be playing
57.
in the Super Series in the near future.
You may have also seen on various news outlets this morning that
100.
Max Hoff has
Kenny
declared
164.
involvement as well.
Yep. Like I say, we've got a massive influx of very well-known
54.
European players who will be making debuts here at the Super Series.
$125. Thank you. Kenny Ricard 110.
For the match.
29. Mark Ricard 83.
Big first start there from Mark Graham.
Game shot on the
Good
6 leg.
second
Mark
start. Good
Graham.
finish there from Mark Graham, who hasn't had a lot of things go his own way this week. He's sat bottom of the table, 1 win from 6, just 2 points. Minus 12 in the legs
7th
column.
final leg. Mark to throw first. Game on.
He only won 1 game, or 1 leg, sorry, in his last 4 matches. Losing 4-1 in his
100.
last 4 games. And he was in danger of doing so again in this one. History nearly repeated itself.
140. $60. $27.
This one could completely turn around here. Kenny Neyens looked like he was going to run away with this one. Mark Graham was struggling to find his feet.
85.
He is now starting to take hold of this one. 14
140.
scores of a ton or more for Mark Graham. But he's not been able to land the big blows, the big 140s, the 180s. They are completely in the column of Kenny Neyens.
140.
And right on cue, he gets his first 140. And it could be at the most important time of the match.
121.
A sprint finale in this one. You get around that, find the treble.
92. Kanuka 73.
Unable to get a shot at the match in that situation, but it leaves it handy. Where Kenny will only get the 1 dart. It's at double 18.
55.
And he'll need more.
Monaco 24.
Mark Graham to turn this one around.
21.
And he's had his opportunity.
Kanuka 18.
3 darts to win the match. 3 darts have come and gone. And for Kenny Neyens, he could condemn Mark Graham to the bottom of the table.
Game
And he
shot of the
does.
match,
He pulls
Kenny
himself
Neyens.
4 points clear in the end of Mark Graham, who is sat bottom of the table. He had a great fight back there to turn that one back around. Came back to have 3 match darts. Was unable to get over the line in the end. And it is Kenny Neyens who picks up the victory. We'll take a little break, and then we're coming back for Alexander Merkx and Jason Askew.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a Friday Kenny Neyens is having so far. Chris Mason alongside me up here on the balcony following the conclusion of 2 rounds of match. Let's begin by talking about that game between him and Mark Graham. The stats are on your screen now. And when you came up here and it was 3-1 to Kenny Neyens, you thought it'd be another comprehensive victory as he makes a charge. But then Mark Graham, well, he had match darts himself. He couldn't take advantage of them.
Yeah, he battled back well there, did Mark Graham. And no surprise he had the higher average, but it was a game about missed opportunities from both. The opening couple of legs, there was a few 20 darters in there, and it'll be one that Mark Graham will feel that has just got away from him, and of course that's ended any hopes he has of qualification out of this Group C.
As for Kenny Neyens, we said if he's going to stand any chance of qualifying, he's going to have to win all 5 today. He's won his first 2, and he's seen the rest of the group bunch up. Will he feel just outside if he can get to those 5 wins? He may just give himself an outside squeak.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see the relief at the end of that match of how important a win was there, and of course, current leader of the table in Merkx, he's already played and taken care of.
Took care of him for now. That's the table on your screen now. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we go live on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 o'clock. But it's Alexander Merkx at that top of the table, a 2-point lead, but that could be academic. Anything could happen between now and the end of the session. Well, we've got a little bit of time between now and 3 p.m. when we join our friends over on Sporty Stuff TV. So we thought, whilst we're coming towards the end of the phase, let's remind you of what we've seen so far and the players we have to come in just a fortnight's time here at Championship. This is the story of the series so far. Well, we began all the way back in February. It feels a long time ago now, doesn't it? John Worsley getting in the winners' enclosure in week 1. He got the better of Andy Hamilton in a last leg decider. And that ended up kind of being the theme of the first few weeks in this competition. Owen Bates taking advantage of mismatched darts from Leonard Gates to win week 2. We're going to see that young precocious talent from Exeter here in a couple of weeks' time. And talking about drama, they went 4-3 and more mismatched darts. That was exactly what happened to Jack May. Missed dart at the ball, and yet a Klassen getting the job done to win in week 3. We're going to see the Cobra here as well. As you can see, it's already shaping up to be a really good lineup. But as far as performances go, Scott Taylor, 109 average in the final to depose of Andy Bolton. And he had to depose of Andy Bolton as well, because actually, if you look at the average throughout the course of the series, his is in the top 3 of anyone. As for Mike Warburton, well, he ended the dreams of Conor Heenahan. Heenahan, who had the dream week at the Super Series, hit a 9-dart finish, nearly had one in the final. But look at the raw emotion there from Warby as he got over the line to win week 5. As for week 6, we saw Matt Clark stake a return to Champions Week. He got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 2. Superman will be back. This seems to be his tournament, doesn't it? The Super Series. As for Steve West, he got the better of Fallon Sherritt to win week 7. We didn't quite know what Steve West we were going to see, but he made his comeback that week and he's made his way into Champions Week. As you can see, it meant a heck of a lot to him. As for Justin Hood, well, he defied all the odds to come through week 8. It was a high-quality field, but it was his top arrows which saw Happy Feet into Champions Week. And he was dancing his way to glory, I can guarantee you that as well. But as far as last week's concerned, it was Lucas Vennick. As you can see here, who got his way over the line against John Henderson by 4 legs to 2. And he didn't hide his emotions, did he, either, when he went on to win that particular week. Lucas Vennick, we will see him into Champions Week. Yeah, we needed a dump button for that interview, didn't we, last Saturday from Lucas Vennick. But it's already shaping up already to be a real good field for Champions Week.
Yeah, you'd be a brave man to price that up, because you can pretty much make a case for them all in there. And Justin Hood was the one that was a big surprise. He was the 7-1 outsider of the group going into finals night, but produced the goods. And what's incredible is how close a lot of those early ones were, with how many that went to a deciding leg. And yeah, some fascinating names and a real different dynamic style of players into the finals, into Champions Week.
Is mixed perhaps the right word? Because you've got your big names, the likes of Jelle Klassen, who's been there, he's done it. You've got that European flavour with the likes of Lucas Vennick in there. And then you've got some real good young talents like Owen Bates, who's going to be in there. Yeah,
I thought he was brilliant. I think the 1-7-4 to leave that double 12 prior to Gates missing a double, which showed experience beyond his years, and then eventually finding the double 12, you could see what it meant to him, because that's a big moment. That's a career high payday.
And you think about the players who have missed out. Barry Van Peer, who was unbelievable that week, and a lot of people are saying the best player not to have a tour card in the world at the minute. And then you've got Leonard Gates, major TV champion this year at the Champion of Champions. You know, even though we've got great names, there's some big
John
names
Henderson.
that missed out. Exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot that went very close. I thought Jacob Taylor was brilliant as well, and you know, and another new name to us here, and I'm sure to the viewers at home. But yeah, there's a lot of great players missed out, but then that's a good thing, because down the line we're going to see them return and try and battle it out again for a place in Champions Week.
It'll give them that little bit of fire between the belly. And remember, later on the season, we're going to be revealing the lineup for week 11, and not going to give anything away, but the next 2 weeks, they're interesting lineups, aren't they? Yeah,
very interesting. It'd be interesting to see what the viewers think, who's going to win the next couple of weeks. So we may put up a little bit of a poll and then see how that compares to what odds the bookies make it.
Sure, our social media gurus will be tuning into that. Well, we're going to take a short break. On the other side, we're going to join all of our friends at Sporty Stuff TV for the conclusion of this session. We'll see you in a couple of minutes' time. A very warm welcome to all of our friends joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. You are tuning in to the MODUS Super Series, where we are midway through an enthralling session here in Group C of Week 10. Myself and Chris Mason have been enjoying all of the action here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. We are 6 games down of our 15-match session. Let's show you what's happened so far today. Before the session got underway, it was Alexander Merkx who was the man at the top of the table, having won 4 of his first 5 matches. Well, the first round of fixtures saw Alexander beaten by 4-0 against the player who was joined bottom of the group, Kenny Neyens. Elsewhere, victories for Stephen Johnstone, Jason Askew and then James Richardson in match 4 meant that going into game 5 between Johnstone and Merkx, all the players were level on 8 points, or at least the top 4 were. Then Alexander Merkx gets that 4-2 win against Stephen Johnstone, for Kenny Neyens sealing a 4-3 success against Mark Graham. So what that does is, in terms of the league table, it sees things as follows. Alexander Merkx top of the pile on 10 points. And then Chris Mason, all the way down there, you got 8, 8, 8, 8. And look, now Kenny Neyens on 6 can't be ruled out. Yeah, he's put himself right in the mix. There's 6 points available, with all the players having 3 more matches to play. And it's just chopped and changed, doesn't it, all afternoon at the top of the table in the opening 2 rounds of fixtures. And all to play for. The only player that's out of the equation is Mark Graham. So, yeah, everybody else with an opportunity of trying to sneak into second spot to take their place in tomorrow night's final. I'll tell you what, if there's a spoiler in the group that you don't want to have, it's Mark Graham, because you just get the sense that at some point he will click. Yeah, I mean, he was unfortunate in the last game before we've joined our viewers here at Sporty Stuff TV. He had multiple darts to beat Kenny Neyens, and it looked like it was going to be one-way traffic. He was 3-1 down and looked like he was going to get beaten 4-1, but showed a lot of guts and just missed a couple of match doubles at the end. But yeah, he could now be the ultimate spoiler. You get the feeling that this third round of fixtures is going to kind of tell a lot to us. Yeah, I don't think nobody's playing that much better than anybody else in the group, so I think it will chop and change, and it may come down to leg difference. In that practice, knowing how tight things are, will they be saying in the back of their mind that if I can just kick on here, find those victories, I'll be in? Yeah, the atmosphere will change. It's very much, you know, laughy and jokey at the early stages, but now we're coming to the business end of this Group C. The dynamic will change in there, and everybody will be all business. Lots to play for. And we begin that serious business in Game 7, and it is a big one. It's Alexander Merkx, the man who is currently top of the table on 10 points. He takes on Jason Askew, and I just wonder for the likes of the Kenny Neyens and the other players on 8 points, would they prefer to be chasing down 2 players or have one player who's gone a few points clear and they know that there's just one spot they just have to fire for with players on the same amount of
Yeah,
points?
we've seen that happen multiple times, haven't we? And I don't know. It depends which way you look at it, I suppose. I suppose if you actually looked at it mathematically, they probably would prefer a Merkx win. But I've liked the look of Jason Askew today. I think he might just pinch this one.
This could be a good one and a good way to start for our friends joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. And of course, those of you who've been staying with us here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, it's Game 7 for you today. It's Game 7 for us. Chris Mason is going to hop his way down to the commentary box to describe all of the action alongside Prime Time himself, Matthew Edgar. Hello, Matt.
Afternoon, Henry. Thank you. And welcome to all our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. You have joined us at what is arguably the best time to have joined us. We're coming into our last 3 laps of fixtures. Everyone got 3 more games to play. And as you've just seen with the table, it is very tasty in terms of trying to decipher and pick who's going to be coming through that one. Alexander Merkx, top of the table at the moment. He could pull away from the chasing pack with victory here. Jason Askew, part of that chasing pack, a man who reached the 3rd round of the PDC UK Open.
Game on.
Big wins there before going out to Jelle Klassen. But Alexander Merkx is starting to show that form. The form is shown in 2022 when he won the Helvetia Open and the Lithuanian Open. He won a week here down at the Super Series.
41.
He went to the World Masters. Had a good run there in the World Masters, the oldest tournament now in
100
pro darts.
Sure is. 1974, the introduction of the World Masters.
95.
Been some big names win that over the years as well.
Before you say no, I wasn't.
58.
Yeah, it's an incredible tournament. Very unique, of course. Well, back in the day it was.
100.
Or it was recently ruined when the formats were changed. It was traditionally
81.
3 legs per set.
Do you think when a tournament's been running that long that it maybe shouldn't evolve?
43.
Absolutely not. It shouldn't be touched. It's historical. It's a massive part of the history
97.
of our sport. And some things just should never be changed or altered or an attempt to
85.
improve, because
Alexander
when you see
66.
it change, it just isn't the same tournament, is it?
Game shot on the first leg. Alexander Merkx.
Well, essentially, you'll have those longer format games at a place like Lakeside. You've got that longer format. It can be its own individual event and format.
Well, you
Second leg, Jason
you
to
think
vote
of the Grand
first.
Prix,
Game
you
on.
think of double start. Think of the World Championships, you think of set play, you think of the
100.
match play, you think of the purest form of the game, long course leg play. Think of the Grand Slam, you're
80.
thinking about the, well, then the BDO players joining the PDC players, but you also think of it's because of the group stages.
140.
That 20...
UK Open, it's because of the open draw and the amount of players in it.
58.
Each tournament has its own individual stamp.
Absolutely. It's one of the
55.
identity, isn't it? That's the best way of putting it. The identity of the tournament. And in this sense, it was won by Wesley Plazier.
134.
And that was the first time it's ran for 3 years. It wasn't ran since 2019, probably due to that horrible COVID word.
When did Tony O'Shea, John
140.
O'Shea win it?
It was. John O'Shea beat Scott Waits in the final before Scott Waits went on to claim a PDC tour card.
180. Jason car 66. Game shot on the second leg.
Finish
Jason
under pressure.
Askew.
Jason Askew, 14 dart hold. It's like the FA Cup, isn't it? You think of the FA Cup, you
Third leg,
always
Alexander
have
to
that
third
romance
first.
of a lower league team getting a run.
52.
And what a breeding ground as well for talent, because if we take from the 2019, over the last 9 years
84.
of the event, only one of the players didn't go on to get a PDC Tour card. That was 2014 when it was won by a
139.
Welshman, Martin Phillips.
Well, I don't think has ever even played Q School, has he, Martin Phillips?
Not to my
100.
knowledge. Winners, Waits, Bunting, Durant, Ratajski, Adam Smith-Neal, who won his
59.
this year, John O'Shea.
Yep. Yeah, some of the sports
140.
absolute greats have won that tournament.
135.
Bob Anderson, of course, winning it 3 times in the spin and under its
123. Alexander Carr,
old
116.
qualification system. Eric won it 5 times, didn't he?
No score. Jason Carr, 54.
Well, let's not forget 2006 when Michael Van Gerwen, as a teenager, beat Martin Adams.
44. Alexander Carr, 116. Getting shot on the third leg. Alexander Merkx.
It's his 4th ton plus checkout of this group so far. The most likely player to hit one, according to our stats. He also
Fourth leg,
hit
Jason
3
to throw first. Game on.
across Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and he is moving himself into one of those positions now where he is to complete this job.
140.
He'll probably be 1 win away. And his remaining fixtures are James Richardson.
100.
And also he will have the throw when he takes on bottom of the table, a man with just 1 win in
59.
7, Mark Graham.
$60. 98. 100.
It's more of an important win for Askew,
60.
really, isn't it?
Just to keep hold of Merkx, because you do feel he'll win that last game having the advantage of throw as well against Mark
100.
Graham, who's
Jason Carr,
not had too much
144.
go his own way so far this week. You feel like this would be a favour not just for Askew, but for
Game
the rest
shot
of
on
the
the fourth
group. And
leg,
what
Jason
a finish,
Askew.
a 144. A fist bump of acknowledgement from Alexander Merkx as it's a level game. Both players taking out tumblers finishes in the last couple of legs.
Fifth leg, Alexander to
And
throw
that,
first. Game on.
by far, Askew's biggest finish of the week. And probably one of the most important times.
125. 100.
Alexander Merkx won this tie yesterday.
100.
4-2 with a 97.4, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Doubles are even
121.
better so far in this match. He's 2 from 2.
100. 100. 100. 60. Alexander Carr, 76.
Everything going with throw. Or can ask you
44.
give us a
Jason Carr,
hat-trick of
120.
ton plus outs.
That big miss at the single there is something that would have set off a situation in Jason Askew that I like to call
80.
meerkatting.
Alexander Carr, 32.
When you're sort of peering up and getting interested at the back of the
Being
stage.
shot on the fifth leg.
Meerkatting
Alexander
Merkx.
Merkx.
Did I get a dart? That tops off the 120 to lead 3-2 and would now be throwing for the match.
Six leg Jason to throw first. Game on. 95.
Wonderful finishings continuing here for this man. 3 from 3.
43. 134. 134.
Let's see
85.
4 out of 4 on the checkouts last night in Group B from Alex Spellman.
140. 95.
A couple of times this week, haven't we?
$100. Jason Grant, 92.
Load this 92 with pressure. Could be double-double.
52. Alexander Merkx, 84.
If he gets a double or the ball.
Game shot on the match, Alexander Merkx.
Okay. Oh, I'm baffled. Not sure about that. I was 64 remaining, and instead of going 14 ball, he's opted for 2 double 16s. Well, answers on a postcard. I might pop next door and ask him what his thought process was there, but he does pick up a win. He moves on to 12 points. And Jason Askew now has, well, he has a dilemma. When we come back, it will be James Richardson against Mark Graham.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where Alexander Merkx is really putting his stamp on Saturday night's final. He is one step closer as a result of that 4-2 victory against Jason Askew. Before we look at the stats, there they are on your screen now. That's final checkout. Double 16, double 16. That was a little bit naughty, Alex, wasn't it? Those are the averages there, both 93 apiece. High quality affair. Alexander Merkx, 4 out of 4. Really, we should call it 5 out of 4, shouldn't we, when it comes to the checkouts? Jason Askew himself, 2 out of 5. And that's stunning 144 checkout. Nearly took out the Shanghai in the next leg. That was a high quality affair. Could well be our game of the day on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Well, that is that then. This is what it does in terms of the league standings, because Alexander Merkx now is one step closer through to Saturday night. 12 points, 4 in front now, with just 2 more games for him to play and for Jason Askew to play. This is the second match in round 7 now, and it sees James Richardson in action up against Mark Graham. A win for Richardson, move him on to double figures in terms of points. This could well be a crucial matchup here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Meanwhile, for Mark Graham, he could play the role of spoiler between now and the end of the day. Well, let's get into this one then in the company of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. There's been a little bit of movement. Start of the day, Richardson was 2-7. He's now 2-9. Mark Graham was 5-2. He's now 3-1. That will be, well, reflection to table positions.
Table positions and levels of performance as well. James Richardson in the last game, a 97.86 average. 4 from 8 on his doubles, where Mark Graham, he's just really struggled,
First leg
hasn't
is
he,
James
today?
through
It's just
first. Game on.
not been happening for him. He did manage to get some match darts in the last game.
He had multiple
100.
match starts to beat Kenny, didn't he?
95. 60.
He has only won one of his matches out of the 7 that he has played so far, which again is a reflection on why we've seen that movement in the odds.
29.
The short.
Sometimes we see movement in odds, don't we? We say, what are people seeing to see those changes? Where this time I think it's obvious what the seeing here, and I'm surprised, if anything, it hasn't touched 1 to 5.
Yeah, agreed. There is a huge gap in
32.
level of performance between the two.
$115. 71.
Not just the level of performance here, but the form that's coming into here as well. We saw
100.
James Richardson just this past weekend picking up an ADC title up in Manchester, and he's sort of done the opposite trip. So Chris Wickerden was down here last week, and he
98.
travelled up
James
to
Garr,
Manchester,
68.
and James Richardson started at Manchester and travelled down to here.
I think it's shown in some of the performances,
Game shown on the first
benefit
leg.
of
James Richardson.
picking up one of those titles and the confidence it's given him. There's been a few up and down performances, but overall he's played some
Second leg mark, he threw first.
quality
Game on.
darts at times.
James Richardson is one of these people that just loves darts.
Yeah.
If we said, oh, we're going to organise a bit of a knockout tonight, it'd turn up.
Oh, yeah.
60.
And I look at that and I think, well, if I was down here this week at the Super Series, I probably wouldn't be going up to Manchester a few days before to play 2 double-header tournaments.
Well, it was like
40.
Luke after winning Group A on Monday, went out and played in on Wednesday, then went out and played in a local
100.
competition Wednesday night and won that as well. I suppose at that age you've got the energy levels to
140.
compete.
$60.
Suppose for myself, I'm a very old man in a very attractive 36-year-old's body.
$135. Mario Kart 81. $41. James Carr 146.
So tops is the
60.
target.
Mario Kart 40.
For Mark Graham, who's wearing a predominantly red shirt, looking for the
Game
red
shot on
double.
the second leg. Mark Graham.
Gets it. 2 holds the throw.
Third leg, James to throw first. Game on.
When we reflect on the table, Jason Askew and Stephen Johnstone
60.
will be probably wanting a bit of a favour here from Mark Graham, because Richardson got a chance here to go on to 10 points.
140.
This is his game in hand over Jason Askew. Johnstone could also go on to 10 points when he takes on Kenny Neyens in our last one, which that could be the game that puts Kenny Neyens
100.
back in the mix. If he can beat Johnstone, he could jump him in the table. If he wins big enough, he could potentially jump Askew as well.
Yeah, I think that's as close as we're going to get to
85.
knockout darts in this group, that match. I think a defeat, and that's pretty much it for Kenny Neyens. A win
29.
still keeps him in the mix.
$140.
Certainly playing a little better here. I suppose when you almost
96.
knows
Michael Carr,
it's over,
136.
so he's playing with freedom. I'm playing at a much higher level.
96. $100. Michael Carr, 40. Game shot on the third leg. Mark Graham.
And a break of throw. 13 darter.
Called game 1 for James Richardson today when you went down to Stephen
Fifth leg mark to
Johnstone,
throw
a
first.
Acker
Game on.
buster. This would be a proper coupon buster.
Oh, yes.
And it's one I've got to admit I didn't see coming myself.
100.
I like those odds. Thought that James Richardson was going to be a comfortable victory here. Mark Graham, different ideas.
96.
He's actually averaging 10 points more than James Richardson at this point, and he's got his average up at the moment over the 90s, which is significantly higher than anything he's done so far this
100.
week. So far, his best average recorded is an 84.31 across his matches.
Well, match number 6. Just prior
58.
to us joining our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV, I really liked Kenny Neyens at 4-6, and ultimately this man here had multiple darts
59.
to win the match 4-3.
$140.
One thing we know about James Richardson, and you'll continue to learn the more you see him, is he doesn't roll over. He will go until the very last call from Paul
100.
Hinks.
$140. Michael Carr,
example of that.
142. $54. James Carr, 67.
Mark Graham did the tough work. He got the breaker throw that he'd need to win this game. James Richardson could cancel
Game
it
shot on the
straight out
fourth
with a
leg. James
14
Richardson.
dart leg. There is that resilience that we talk about with James Richardson.
Fifth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
He's a bit of an
140.
unusual grip in the dart, doesn't he, James
Yeah.
Richardson?
Yeah, it's almost resting in the hand, isn't it?
60. $180.
Very effective, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
The thumbs
44.
up celebration is back. His tribute to Andrew Gilding, the recent winner of the UK Open.
Well, sad news from the
105.
world of darts. In the news of the passing of Bob Potter, the owner and long-time supporter of the BDO and the
77. James Carr,
Lakeside
76.
complex, has sadly passed away. Thoughts and prayers with all of his family and friends.
Game shot on the fifth leg. James Richardson.
Well, that is an 11 dart hold on the back of a 14 dart break back.
Sixth leg mark to throw first. Game on.
Was the breaker throw that Mark managed to achieve. Was that his opportunity?
180.
He's looking for another one. He gives us a big thumbs up as well. Even in the heat of battle, they can have a little bit of fun.
84.
But when I gave you an average check last time, Richardson was 10 points behind on the averages. He's now 5 points in head.
67.
Rose the average up to the 93 mark. This one to back up the 97 he hit in the last.
140.
Oh, we're starting to see the table just start to take shape now in regards to
180.
those players who are going to qualify. But it makes me chuckle every time.
Well, we've got the double gilding as it's
100. Michael Carr 74.
2 180s in the leg. 180, 67, 180. This is one for the highlights reel. If this tops goes in.
44.
Double 15 can get messy, and James will be very aware of that. So he's doing the perfect job here. Hit big, leave the double, because he can't be safe at this. He's got to go straight for it and attack. Perfect dart there for Mark Graham. So often you get caught up in the two minds and you try putting a marker down, then you slip inside and the chance is gone. He attacked it, and it was a 13 dart leg there from Mark Graham.
Great to see the Asian tour as well back up and running in the Philippines this weekend. A legend of the sport will be involved. Paul Lim.
180.
That's 3 180s in 4 scoring
43.
visits.
But this has mightily importance, because Mark Graham, bottom of the table, can't do anything to affect the table anymore in regards to himself.
29.
But he can open the door for Jason Askew, Stephen Johnstone and Kenny Neyens if he is able to take points off of Richardson.
59.
And he's still in control of this leg. Despite throwing 3 darts less, he's still more than 60 points ahead. And every single treble now is just forcing James
98.
Richardson to have to find a maximum. There has been 5 in this match so far. 4 of them
137.
go to Mark Graham. He's only at 5 so far in his whole event.
$94.
There's a ton after 12. For the match. Oh, he'd love a max here to leave tops.
140. Michael Carr 100.
Just saying he's going to need a max, but that will be good enough, you feel, if Mark Graham can't take this. Richardson should get at least a
60.
match start
James
here.
80.
Both the players doubling has been outstanding. Both 3 from 4. Can he make it? 4 from 5. Tops.
60. Mark Carr 40.
And right now, you hear a sudden rush of players going to crowd around the TV monitors, because this would be a big blow for James Richardson's chances. Mark Graham picks up his 2nd victory of his campaign here in Group C. So he still could be in a position to get off the bottom of the table. He won't be able to qualify, but Kenny Neyens can, Stephen Johnstone can, and they are coming up next in a head-to-head clash.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. How crucial a moment could that be in our Group C campaign? Mark Graham getting the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 3, doing so with an 89.5 average. 4 maximums to his name in that match. James Richardson averaging 93.5 in that one. But it was the 4 out of 6 in terms of the doubling, which helped the Welshman get over the line in that one. So let's have a look and see what that does in terms of the league standings. As you can see, Alexander Merkx now has a 4-point lead at the top of the table. That gap can be cut in half if Stephen Johnstone gets a bit of Kenny Neyens in our next match. That's going to be the final game of our 8th round of fixtures. Things could get very, very tight indeed over the next couple of minutes or so. There's no doubt about that. This is the biggest game of the group so far here in Group C. A lot is going to change by the end of this one, and we will know a little bit better where this group is going to lie. Well, let's move into it then. It's the end of our 3rd round of fixtures, and just in keeping with the theme of the group whenever a maximum goes in, it's a thumbs up for me to get underway.
Ooh, the double gilding. And interestingly, this morning, Kenny Neyens was a 4-6 shot, 11-10. Stephen Johnstone, he's now 4-9. Stephen Johnstone, 13-8. But we could have that amazing scenario with 2 matches to go. If Neyens wins this one, we'll have 4 players all in joint 2nd position. All on 8 points.
And all of that just really plays in the favour of Alexander Merkx, who sat
oh, it's
top of the
perfect
table.
for him, isn't it?
Game on.
He wants them all to stand there beating each other and keeps him comfortable and safe at the top of the table. Whatever happens here, he is going to be 4 points clear of the cut-off.
63.
Going into the last 2 laps of fixtures.
$60. 99. 60. 39.
Surprised to see that move though in the market. I think going into this and with the situation we've seen and the table pressure and scoreboard pressure, I'd probably be looking at 5 to 6 apiece here in this one.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have entertained a punt either way in this one.
60.
I could make a case for both.
Which kind of supports the 5 to 6.
Yeah, exactly.
Apiece.
A pick 'em.
140.
Which in that case, if we're saying it's that situation, then maybe 13 to 8's value.
Oh, absolutely.
80. Stephen Carr, 158. 100. Kenny Ricard, 160.
That value might increase here because he is 2 darts away from a breaker throw.
56. Stephen Ricard, 58.
Single 18 and tops. Not for the first time. This is the big number.
18. Kenny Ricard, 104.
My only concern is last time out against Merkx, Stephen Johnstone.
48. Stephen Ricard, 40.
Stinker, didn't he? Never got going at all
He
in the
showed
match.
the first leg. Stephen Johnstone.
It can quickly turn around, as we've seen. We've had some absolute coupon busters in our
Second leg, Stephen to throw first.
last match.
100.
Oh, Graham, a sizable upset against James Richardson. Really hampering
57.
James Richardson's chances a little bit there.
Well, he was a 3-1 shot, wasn't he?
It was a big, big outsider for that one. When you think
55.
3-1 was the price to win the entire group for the favourite at the start of this. You could have got that for that one game. But with all things fair and considered going into that, you wouldn't have predicted it.
No.
Welcome to sport.
Yeah. Well, there was such a disparity in the level of play and performance that just couldn't see it.
140. $95. Can you call 170?
Slip into the 5 segment for Johnston has given
98.
Kenny Neyens 6 starts at the 170. Takes 98 out of it to leave 72. And that's where that will hurt.
126. Can you call 72?
Poor moment here in the week of Kenny Neyens. And
25. Stephen Carr 40.
Could be the invitation Stephen Johnstone needs. He loves this area of the board. And by this area of the board, I mean anywhere around the outside of it.
47.
Yeah, any of the outer ring.
$15. Stephen Carr 20. Game shot on the second leg. Stephen Johnstone
got over the line in the end. He's halfway to victory. And he's got no experience of these sort of situations before, so there will be no sort of like scar tissue in or bad memories or vibes. This is all just fun and in the moment for him, where for Kenny, he's probably been in this situation and probably had some moments of success, but we'll probably have that bit of scar tissue in, or negative experience.
Well, they both feel that both players cannot afford to lose.
120. $140.
Well, the win for Johnston will actually see, after 8 laps of fixtures, him in a qualifying position and on points.
43.
His last fixtures are against Mark Graham, who is currently bottom of the table.
92.
And he'll play the very, very last game, which could be a bit of a decider. Take on Jason Askew.
100. $140. $100. Can you call 72? $32. Stephen Carr 138.
A finish known as the Della. Famously hit it to win the World
60.
Championship against Eric Bristow after he refused a dart at the bullseye. You always know you've done something when a finish or a shot is named after you.
Part of darting folklore, isn't it?
Fourth leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on.
One of those moments that will always be remembered because it was just such a huge shock at the time for Eric to get beaten. And of course,
100.
Della en route beat the top 3 players in world darts, jockey John Lowe and Eric Bristow, so he did it the hard way.
140. $45. $96. $100.
You'd normally say in these situations that where Stephen could go into second place, it'd be an edgy game, but I don't get that vibe with Stephen from speaking to him. I just think he's enjoying every moment.
Yeah, I agree. When I seen him yesterday after his match with James Richardson, which of course was the match that included the 167, he just had a massive smile on his face, and he said, "Oh, I'm just loving
45.
it.
Can you call
I can't believe
132?
I'm in the mix."
$92.
Paul Hinks there just holding his hand out because he couldn't see where the last dart was. And
30.
little tip,
Can
you
you
never
call
retrieve
40?
your darts until it's been called, because there is no debate afterwards. After that point, if Paul Hinks called 15,
20.
what could you do? You couldn't say, no, it's actually two 20s.
Correct.
But further to that, the score will only count
140.
once you've actually
Can you
taken them
call
out or
20?
touched the dart, disturbed the dart within the board.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Kenny Neyens.
We trailed 0-2. Back-to-back legs. An 18 and a 16. And
Fifth leg,
on
Kenny
throw.
to third first. Game on. $43. $99. $50. $41.
He has lost that advantage that he gained earlier on by the breaker throw. It is back in the favour of Kenny Neyens.
140.
If we're going to look at in terms of a line graph, we'd have to say that Kenny Neyens is actually on the increase at the moment.
60.
Where Stevens is on the decrease. They're going to meet somewhere in the middle, but if that continues, that middle's going to be Kenny Neyens shaking the hand of Stephen Johnstone and saying, well played.
58.
Neyens had a torrid time
45.
yesterday, but credit where it's due. He's responded well today and looking to go 3 from 3.
He did play quite well yesterday, didn't he? An
100.
86.80 average, 10 from 27 on the doubles, but I think that's where in lies the problem. Just 27 darts at the double for the day.
134. Can you call 110?
Successful in those setup shots. He missed a lot of big numbers when he could have ended up having an extra dart at the double. If we take James Richardson as an example on the total opposite end of that, he had 57
54.
darts at a double
Can you call
yesterday.
122?
So 30 darts more between the lowest and the biggest.
$92. Can you call 56?
Tops for 3 consecutive legs.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Kenny Neyens.
Goes. Now just one away from making this final stages
Six
of
legs, Stephen
Group
to third
C.
first.
Absolutely
Game on.
fascinating.
$59. $100. $96.
It's hard to turn this one around. And by doing so, he's going to
100.
completely shake this entire table up. We, at the start of the day, thought Kenny Neyens would be out of the running of this. Well, with 2 fixtures left to go, he has somehow clawed himself back into things.
85.
And he has to give a bit of an assist there, you feel, to Mark Graham, who beat James Richardson in the last.
100.
I think that's possibly going to be Mark Graham's role in this.
Stephen's
now.
last score was 85, not 45.
Going to be the Kevin De Bruyne of this group. Going around giving out the master assisting.
$100.
For those of you not familiar with modern football terms, we'll go with David Beckham.
Even I know who he is.
61. Stephen Carr, 161. $121. Kenny O'Carr,
Beautiful setup,
140.
Stephen Johnstone looking to take this one to a decider. We'll have that opportunity. 3 darts in hand.
62. Stephen Carr, 40.
2 from 6 on the doubles. 1 and 3. He's got 3 darts in hand.
35.
Doesn't
Kenny
get it
O'Carr,
done.
78.
History would have told us that that would have been all he needed, those 3 darts in hand, to be able to take us all the way. But this is to wrap it up. Takes a big step back, uses that full exclusion zone, fills his body up with oxygen, composes himself. Over to 2 6s.
66.
2
Stephen O'Carr,
match
5.
darts for Kenny Neyens. Will he get more?
1. Kenny O'Carr, 12.
Nod of the head. 3 more darts at it.
Game shot in the
Gets
match,
it
Kenny
with
Neyens.
the second. And picks up a very, very big win. And we now have Alexander Merkx on 12 points. James Richardson, Jason Askew, Kenny Neyens and Stephen Johnstone all on 8 points and all still very much in it. We have 2 cycles of matches to come, and that starts with James Richardson against Alexander Merkx.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where Kenny Neyens' impressive day continues. He gets the better of Stephen Johnstone by 4 legs to 2. That makes it 3 wins from 3 for him today. And from the bottom of the group, or joint bottom of the group, overnight on 2 points. There we go. There he is on 8, alongside Richardson, Askew, and Stephen Johnstone himself. It is all still to play for in terms of qualification through to Saturday night's final. Well, what we can pretty much confirm is that Alexander Merkx is going to be there, barring anything else. If he wins this one against James Richardson, he is 100% through. But it looks as if, with results elsewhere, he's pretty much got a foot into tomorrow night's finale. It's Merkx v Richardson next, watched by Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, it would have to be a bizarre sequence of results, wouldn't it, for him not to already have qualified alongside Luke Littler, who won Group A. Alexander Merkx, 12 points plus 9.
Okay, I think it can still happen that he can't qualify because Jason Askew is playing Johnstone and Neyens.
First leg is James to throw first.
And if Richardson beats him and beats Neyens, they'll also go to 12, and it's leg difference. So there is still a possibility he cannot qualify. It is not done and dusted yet for Merkx. Still a bit of work to do.
140.
And we have seen leads like this evaporate before and players come out of what looks like an unmissable position
100.
and end up dropping out.
Well, we had it with that group with Matt Clark, didn't we, where he was stuck in the middle and it looked like the person on top was going to qualify and ended up not qualifying. There is
137.
multiple permutations.
$60. $100. $81. Alexander Carr, 164.
One thing we can be sure of, even though we're not sure of the league positions, is this game is going to be played with pace
96.
and with quality.
James Carr, 139.
Yeah, I wonder how costly that defeat for James Richardson against Mark Graham could turn out to be.
59. Alexander Carr, 68.
Gets beaten here.
$36. James Carr, 80.
Disastrous start that. And needs a treble.
$40. Alexander Carr, 32.
Hit two of these to win the match in one of the most extraordinary 84 finishes you'll ever see.
Yeah, I still
24.
I'm still confused.
James Carr, 40.
I just don't. I just can't
Game
get
shot
my
on the
head
first
around
leg. James Richardson.
the logic on 64 with 2 darts left in hand to win the match, risking a double-double.
Second leg, Alexander to throw
Sign
first.
of
Game on.
confidence, but maybe a sign of too much confidence.
99.
Well, it paid off in the end. But sometimes the successful result
60.
doesn't always
mean it was the right decision.
Yeah.
82. $80.
I think it'd be fair to
140.
say that Alexander Merk's week has been a bit wavy.
Yeah, if it was
140.
on a graph, it'd look like one of them.
140.
Well, if it was a ride, you'd say it's the Big Dipper at Blackpool, which is just up, down, all the way round.
60. Alexander Carr, 40. No score. James Carr,
Another handful of
161.
darts. Missed at the double there by Alexander Merkx.
41. Alexander Carr 40. Game shot in the second leg. Alexander Merkx.
8th start is the one that gets him his first leg on the board. Hold a throw for Alexander
Third leg,
Merkx,
James to throw first. Game on.
who, even in defeat, if he can keep this tight, will still be strengthening his position.
Yeah.
100. $59. 45. 100.
Okay, if you fancy joining us on Saturday night for finals night,
41.
over to www.dartshop.tv. While you're there, you'll also see a host of exhibitions
100.
around the country. Just noticing another one that you're involved in. 8th of September at Barnsley Metrodome. Big lineup. Fallon, MVG,
83.
Bolton, Bobby George, Gezzy Price, James Wilson.
Good undercard, isn't it?
85.
Rafferty. You're pretty much bang in the middle of the poster. You look like you're the pop star there.
140. Alexander Carr,
Mini tour there with those guys. Doing Bradford.
They are great nights out, aren't they?
They are. 3 nights in a row as well.
137.
Bradford,
James Carr,
Barnsley and
92.
Skegness. That'll be what a place to finish as well.
Skeg Vegas.
Game shot in the third leg. James Richardson.
Well, it was Merkx doing the double-double. Richardson showing him he can also do the
Fourth leg, Alexander to
double-double.
throw first. Game on.
I have one back.
97. 59. 140.
That's one of the good things about darts at the moment. You used to
95.
have to wait all year round to be able to go see your favourite players playing competition. Now you can see it in your hometown.
Yep.
You can see it in lots of different formats
60.
now. Well, there's the TV events, the exhibitions, floor events, and different environments and atmospheres. Well, every venue's got its own unique
66.
appeal, and you know, you look at a venue here, and it's sort of really close and
Really intimate, isn't it?
it is.
94.
Really unique place. The people that do come here for the first time get a chance to speak to them. They always have high praise.
180. Alexander Carr,
nice.
110.
16.
78. James Carr, 101. 81. Alexander Carr, 32.
Fine margins, isn't it?
Game shot on the fourth
Just
leg.
misses
Alexander
the tops
Merkx.
for a 3-1 lead, and Merkx pins the double 16 for a level game.
I get the feeling as well in this sort of situation,
Fifth leg, James
if you're in the
to throw
practice
first.
room,
Game on.
you're going to want Alexander Merkx to win this and start to pull away at the top of the table, because realistically
97.
there is only one position unless we're going to start counting legs, and that's when it all gets a little bit messy. So for the players in the practice
96.
room, they'll be thinking if James Richardson is to lose this match, it's going to open the door for that second position to be, well, between 3 players rather
85.
than the 4 it is now.
Yep.
And 2 of them will be taking each other on in our next game. Jason Askew, Kenny Neyens.
138.
Well, let's be fair with this. We did say at the very, very start that this has potential to be one of
100.
those groups where everyone was pretty much on the same points. And, well, we've got 5 players.
97.
It's not bad going for a group of 6 to be 2 laps to go and having 5 players in the mixing bowl.
69. Alexander Carr, 170. 84. James Carr, 150. 90. Alexander Carr, 86.
I think this would cheer the practice room up if this 86 was to go a breaker throw.
61.
It's a 2-2 situation where the breaker throw is really impactful.
Yeah, it's huge. Though this is a massive moment for James.
40. Alexander Carr, 25.
How pivotal will that miss be?
Game shot on the
Loves it
fifth
on
leg.
this side of the
Alexander
board.
Merkx.
And it is Alexander Merkx who produces the first break of throw in the match, coming at the
Sixth leg, Alexander to throw first. Game on.
of the match, because that break means he's throwing for the win.
180.
And this is one of those situations where James Richardson might look back and really kick himself, because
68.
he's still in the mix. He's still second place in the table, despite the fact in his last 5 matches he's only won 1 of them. So he
96.
really could have been just one more win out of those run of defeats, and he could pretty much be cut adrift.
41.
You could have said he's practically, with the way this group's had it in his own hands.
Yep.
140.
Today he lost the opening match 4-3 and picked up a 4-2 win with a
47.
97-86
Alexander Carr,
average.
85.
And then lost his next one 4-3.
58.
Like you say, one of those matches that he's lost 4-3. He's
81.
converted into a
Alexander Carr,
win,
27.
and he's in a way more comfortable position.
Game shot in the
As
match.
it is.
Alexander Merkx.
Alexander Merkx wraps things up. 3 consecutive legs, 16, 17 and 14, an end average of 93.06, and that confirms Alexander Merkx joining Luke Littler in tomorrow night's final. Who will join him? Could be one of the next 2, as Jason Askew faces off against Kenny Neyens.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yes, why don't you join us here at the MODUS Live Lounge every single Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series? It most certainly is a unique darting experience. So if you get the opportunity, try and find a Saturday in the diary, come down and join us for a night at the Arrows. Well, before the break, we saw Alexander Merkx get the better of James Richardson by 4-2. And we are definitely going to see Merkx into tomorrow night's final now as a result of that. Because having a look at the league standings, he now moves himself onto 14 points. It's an unassailable position for anybody to catch him now beneath him. And so for Askew, Richardson, Neyens and Johnstone, it is all about securing second place when it comes to going through to finals night tomorrow. Well, next up is a crucial battle in that race. It sees Jason Askew up against Kenny Neyens, who is unbeaten for the day. And from the bottom of the table, he could find himself in the top two with victory here. And this is going to be watched by Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
That defeat for James Richardson has really opened the door for one of these two to step in and make a move. Stephen Johnstone also in the mix. He comes up next against Mark Graham. But for now, our focus is on Kenny Neyens, the 28-year-old from Belgium, taking on Jason Askew. He's making his return to darts, and he's acquitted himself extremely well today, especially 92.56 and 96 and a 93 average. He's running around about a 94 for the day.
First leg,
if he can find anything like that here,
game on.
You'd have to say he will justify that favouritism.
Yeah. Well, Askew is 4-7.
60.
Neyens is 5-4. Before the off this morning, Askew was 1-2 and Kenny was 6-4. A little bit of movement.
96.
Oh, yeah, this is Kenny Neyens looking to go 4 from 4 today.
83.
Winner, of course, into the driving seat in terms of qualification.
58.
Coming up next, Mark Graham against Stephen Johnstone. Well, Mark Graham proved to be a spoiler again.
42.
Odds for this match have got Jason Askew as favourite, but not as strong as he was this morning. It was 1-2 this
44.
morning, has been pulled back in a little bit to 4-7. That is probably on the back of the fact that Kenny Neyens is 3 from 3 in the wins column. But
100.
the performance of the day is all on Askew.
Yeah.
$133.
Beautiful use of the 19s, 7 of them to leave 170.
134. Kenny O'Carr, 170.
Jason won this tie yesterday, 4-2 with an 87.5 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles.
58.
The one where he
Jason
went out
O'Carr,
on the ton,
82.
wasn't it? 20 and tops in this tie yesterday.
62. Kenny O'Carr, 112. $96. Jason O'Carr, 20.
To get the first leg.
Getting shot on the
in
first
this
leg.
crucial
Jason Askew.
game of players chasing that second position. Merkx already guaranteed now to finish top. No one else can reach 14 points, so your group winner is
Second leg,
Alexander
Kenny to third
Merkx.
first. Game on.
Go back to yesterday, he wasn't
125.
He wasn't one of the fancied runners. That was James Richardson and Jason Askew, the two favourites for this group.
100.
Seen flashes from Alexander across the opening 3 days of Group A, but he was either finishing well and not scoring, or scoring and not finishing well. But over the last couple of days, he's combined
60.
the two.
Well, my concern looking at Alexander Merkx was the decrease in performance. So he averaged 88 on Monday, then it was 83, then 81.
55.
It was on the slide every day, dropping points off that running average. And, well, we've seen in the past, remember Graham Usher last year finishing bottom of Group A, then winning the entire week.
Yep.
$42. 84.
Very much up. Someone we won't see down here. But you will see him this weekend on the PDC Pro Tour. He was successful at Q School, like
80.
many of the players that came from here. I remember doing an interview, actually, last year down here. And
92.
I mentioned about how the players that did well at Q School played regularly in this and how that wasn't a fluke. It didn't just happen. There's a reason that the players that play regularly down here do well.
Yeah, I
58.
It's just
Can you car
happens
73?
so often, it's not a coincidence.
Seen this a few times where players have gone for a big single and gone really safe to stay away from the treble and try and guarantee it and end up slipping into the double. Jason Askew gets a dart of tops.
92.
Just comes underneath. This wasn't plan A for Kenny Neyens. He switches it now to go back to plan A.
Game shot on the second leg. Kenny Neyens.
Eventually holds to level.
Third leg Jason to throw first. Game on. $41. $93.
Good luck to all the seniors players in action as well this weekend. Action gets underway at 6 p.m. this evening before 2 Masters qualifying events Saturday and Sunday.
Plenty of darts on this weekend, isn't there? But it sounds to be a thing at the moment, really, with darts, doesn't it? Every weekend there seems to be...
I think there's WDF events on as well this weekend, isn't there?
Is it Estonia this weekend, wasn't it?
94.
And next weekend there's another WDF, Iceland.
58.
You're going to be there.
134.
Only my second ever WDF event.
Is that right? Well, yeah, you wouldn't have been able to play, would you? Having a tour card.
94. $65. Canukar 40.
He's wrestled the advantage of the throw away from Jason Askew here in the scoring phase, who Jason hasn't found his
20.
His game yet in this one.
160.
Average down at the 76. And Kenny Neyens will get an opportunity here.
45. Canukar 20.
This would be some turnaround for Kenny Neyens to come from a position where he was questioning if he could even get back into it. He needed other results to go his way, and they have. And now he's kind of got it back in his own hands.
Game shot on the third leg. Kenny Neyens.
Because if he wins this one, his next game's against James Richardson. A win there will knock James Richardson out of the way as well. And then it's just down to Stephen Johnstone,
Ball for
who
Kenny
at the
to throw
moment,
first. Game
Kenny
on.
has a couple of legs advantage on as well.
I mean, regarding the seniors, the next big seniors event is the Masters at the Westlands
140.
Entertainment Venue in Yeovil. Again, tickets available for that via dartshop.tv. You may even get to
58.
see me there if you go on the opening night.
$45.
Super lineup there. Plenty of West Country interest with myself, Mark Durbridge and Bob Anderson there. Bill Taylor, Martin Adams.
134.
Thornton, the current champion, David Cameron, Kevin Painter, John Park, Trina Gulliver.
Just shows how much those events have evolved in just the 1 year that it's been running, because a year ago you could probably pick 4, maybe 5 potential winners. Now it's about 75% of the field
60.
of potential winners.
Kenny Carr 136.
What Leonard Gates achieved, won the golden ticket, defeated Phil Taylor in the quarters
56.
and went on to lift the title.
And in between that, also played in the Open Series.
Yeah.
100.
And in the
Kenny Carr 80.
Super Series after that. Tops.
60. Jason Carr
You just love
149.
darts. You can play it any hour for as many hours.
59. Kenny Carr 20.
Well, there's just so many options available to players now, and even more so if you're 50 and over.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Kenny Neyens.
There's a long way off the 50. He has got the future ahead of
Fifth
him.
leg, Jason to throw first. Game on.
And it's very much for him getting a tour card, isn't it?
59.
Yeah, I don't think Jason Askew is going to be looking down that road. And James Richardson, we're going to have questions over him as he turns 50 at the beginning of January. What do you feel?
57.
Alexander Merkx, Kenny Neyens from this group are certainly going to be going down that road. And we know Mark Graham's ambition is
58.
Lakeside. Stephen Johnstone, this might be something that encourages him to actually get out of his hometown in Scotland and venture into the world of darts. Maybe we'll see him appearing at some ADC tournaments.
125.
That is the route that got him into this in the first place.
Yeah, may see him playing in some WDF events
97.
as well. Neyens here with an opportunity to really pull himself clear.
93. $45. $140.
40 takes him down to 86. 86 points away from making it 4 out of 4, and he was joint bottom overnight, wasn't he?
140. Kanuka 86.
Yeah, he's come completely off the pace here. But he could be about to put himself into second position, which is a qualifying spot.
78.
Two
Jason
darts
Carr
to do just that.
102.
That would have been a big win in terms of leg difference. Wow, this would hurt.
86. Kanuka 8.
Just to compose himself, a little sip of water.
Game shot on the match.
He
Kenny
did the
Neyens.
trick. He hits the double 4, wins it with a 16 darter, and it is a massive win in the context of the table. A 4-1 win from Kenny Neyens makes it 4 out of 4 in matches today, moves on to 10 points and in to second position, as Matt just mentioned, which is a qualifying place. Well, another big match coming up next. This time it's for Stephen Johnson as he faces Mark Graham.
welcome back everyone to the MODUS Super Series. This really is incredible, isn't it, from Kenny Neyens. He has won every single game today and he's put himself in pole position to qualify through to tomorrow night's finals. He finds himself on 10 points, second place in the group. Remember, he was joint bottom with Mark Graham at the start of the day. It has been an incredible day as far as the Belgium is concerned. We already know that Alexander Merkx is through to tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Remember, you can be there as well by heading to dartshop.tv. Right, so let's move into the final game of the fourth cycle of matches today. It sees Mark Graham in action against Stephen Johnstone. This really does feel like must-win territory as far as Johnstone is concerned. Watching this one in the commentary box, Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Oh, just every match has got something on it, hasn't it?
It's not often we get it like this as well. We've had many groups where by this point it's all been done and dusted, but this was one of the groups we didn't expect that to happen with. We said all the way through that this is going to be sort of a tight, close group where we expected that it'd come down to pretty much the last game, which it might do, especially if Mark Graham can continue to upset the odds and spoil the group. And he did that for James Richardson in the last with a sizable upset in that one. This one wouldn't be as big of an upset.
First leg is Mark to serve first. Game on.
Mark Graham was 11-10. And Stephen Johnstone was 4-6. Right now, Mark Graham is 43-13.
I think that does come off the back of that victory in the last game and the fact of experience that Mark Graham's got as well. He's got a sizable amount of experience, more than Stephen Johnstone, but it's not all positive experience. Not all experience is good.
45. 100.
Where would your 50 pence have gone on this one?
Do you know what? What I'd have done is I'd have took it out my pocket and then moved it into my left pocket.
100.
I'd have gone for Johnstone here. He follows a bit of a pattern, and it
95. Stephen Carr, 161.
Blow hot and cold, and when he's hot, he's hot. When he's cold, and he's due. He's due one.
57.
It could all literally come down to the very last game. The next one, Kenny Neyens versus
40.
James Richardson, is the proper pivot point of the group. That's provided Johnstone gets a victory here against Mark Graham, and he's started to find those doubles again. That was his strength for the first 4 days, which has let him down a little bit today, especially in that first match, 4 from 16.
Second leg, Stephen to third
104 finish there gets him right back on track.
60.
And he's a type of player that plays by the seat of his pants, doesn't he? He's very reactive to his own level of play.
$95.
There are 6 places originally available on Saturday. We have filled 2.
135
from here. Luke Littler from Group A. I think we can almost give another space to Alex Spellman.
Yeah, he won
125.
4 out of 4 last night. Don't forget, we are back at 10 o'clock this evening with the conclusion of Group B.
100.
We'll find out our complete lineup. Our 6 players, which will be split into 2 groups of 3 on finals night.
60.
Play each other once
Mark
in each
Carr,
group.
127.
2 from each group will progress into the semi-finals. Only the winner takes away the £5,000.
78.
Also
Stephen Carr,
a place in
161.
Champions Week, where they'll be duking it out for a first prize of £20,000, and that's only a couple of weeks away
90.
now.
Mark the car, 49.
A couple of weeks away. This
Stephen
is your
Carr,
week
71.
10, the 12-week cycle. Got 2 more complete weeks and the conclusion of this one. Just got plenty more twists and turns to go. 7.
57. Mark the car, 30.
Getting those twists and turns just in this match.
Yeah. No fear
Game
there
shot on the
on the
second
double
leg. Mark
15 for
Graham.
Mark Graham as he breaks straight back in 17 darts. But 2 darts and a double there. Stephen
Third
Johnstone,
leg marks the
2-0.
first. Game on.
We're going to see the thumbs up.
135.
One of the players tributing Andrew Gilding throughout his Group C campaign with the thumbs up celebration for the Max.
100.
Can pre-book your tickets for
58.
Champions Week finals night, but be very, very quick. Always popular that particular
85.
Saturday night. You're more than welcome to join us every Saturday night, 50 weeks of the year.
100. $140. 84. $100. Mark the car, 124. 56. Stephen Carr, 76.
Third consecutive break of throw. What is an absolutely crucial match. Stephen Johnstone.
Game on the third leg. Stephen
His
Johnstone.
2 winning legs here have both come in 15 darts, and they've both been breaks of throw. It's a 104 checkout in leg 1. And a 76
Fourth leg, Stephen to
checkout
third
in leg
first.
3.
Game on.
Now it's a crucial time to hold.
$43. $54.
This is impressive from Stephen Johnstone. We've mentioned many times throughout the course of the
59.
day the lack of experience he's got, and when it's come down to the game that's probably the most important one of the week for him, he's averaging around about the 90 mark. A game that will keep him in contention
60.
here for qualification, which is probably something that wasn't really in his thought pattern coming here on Monday morning.
99.
Well, there was a bit of darting trivia for you here. There's another player with the initials MG
60.
who copied the MG car company logo and was actually forced
60.
to change it by that company. Any guesses? Think of MGs as in initials, not the car.
100.
Played Phil Taylor in one of the most epic finals in the Embassy.
85. $108.
There's
Stephen
that.
Carr, 155.
Thumbs up, tribute.
I'll put you out of your misery. Mike Gregory.
I just couldn't get the name off the tip of my tongue. I kept thinking Michael. Oh, that would have been a
130.
huge shot there. Just
47.
missing the bullseye. Great 3-1 lead. And now he's got to stand at the back of the stage. He is
Game shot on the
watching and
fourth
he's not
leg.
going to be
Mark
happy with
Graham.
what he sees there, seeing Mark Graham convert the 47 in 2 darts, levelling up the game and getting the advantage of throw back.
Just won't go away.
Fifth leg Mark to throw first. Game on.
You're in this situation. Wait, why are you trying so hard? You've got nothing to play for. Go away.
70.
We've kind of got both ends of the spectrum with
100.
equipment as well. We've got Stephen Johnstone playing at the moment here with the chunky stumpies. And then we've got, later on this evening, Gary Blades playing with a stiletto, which is
60.
a prototype of a very thin dart called the stiletto.
Yeah, it's almost starts sort of thinner and then get thicker as you go towards the point end.
180.
They're completely the opposite. That's a rare max from Stephen Johnston. They went
54.
in at all angles.
Well, he dropped the dart as well, picked it up and threw it in the treble 20. And how often do you see that? And certainly from one of the most informed
81.
players in the world right now, Gerwyn Price.
Yeah, he loves to drop a dart, pick it up and slam it in the red bit. Certainly was doing that last night.
134. Stephen Carr 140.
Take just a ton here to leave tops.
60. 96. Stephen Carr 80. 60. Mark Carr 87.
First hold of throw. 20 and ball.
62. Stephen Carr 20.
Another opportunity presents itself for Stephen Johnston. He doesn't need too much of an invitation to take legs.
10.
They could
Mark Carr
be
25.
the biggest misses of his week. They could be the misses that cost him. Say they could be.
17. Stephen
They might
Carr
not be.
10.
It's another opportunity. Again, that pivotal fifth leg.
No score. Mark Carr 8.
Oh, that's just unfortunate.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Mark Graham.
And that puts him in big bother now in terms of his opportunity of qualifying through. If he is to lose this, he would
6 leg
require
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
some sizable favours from the rest of the field. Getting past Jason Askew would be in his own hands.
45.
Only a 45 start, but doesn't look like it's being punished.
28.
It's not.
$45.
In fact, I make out that if he loses this, he's out.
$65.
Certainly if he loses this leg. He could still do it with a 4-3, or
59.
4-2.
Yeah, because that puts him on to -4, doesn't it?
60.
Which means he'd only be able to get to 0. And James Richardson plays Kenny Neyens. If Richardson wins, he'll be on a plus leg difference. If Neyens wins, he's done it on
100.
points. So Stephen Johnson loses this leg, he's out.
$82.
He won't know that situation. He just wants to win every single leg and play the game as it goes.
100.
Wow, he says.
76.
Bit
Stephen Carr,
sporadic.
152.
Gives 6 starts for Stephen Johnstone just to keep his hopes
70.
of getting through alive. In fact, even if he was to win this leg, he's got to win the match. Even a 4-3 defeat
96. Stephen Carr, 82.
gets him eliminated. His win, or you're done. Double 12 for a level game.
70. Mark Carr, 94.
Mark Graham takes out the 94. That's all she wrote.
74. Stephen Carr, 12.
After 7 games of fixtures, Mark Graham was bottom of the table on
Games
2
from the
points,
sixth
only
leg,
winning
Stephen
1 match,
Johnstone.
but he is actually being quite a big part in deciding who's going to be going through this group. He's dampened the chances of James Richardson, and he missed 2 darts to end the hopes
final
of
leg
Stephen
match, the
Johnstone.
first game
But
on.
he does have the throw in this final leg.
60. $140.
Fantastic from Stephen Johnstone there to open it with a 140.
140.
Cancelled out immediately by Mark Graham. Just his second 140 of
42.
the match so far.
Yeah, 7 of our 11 matches today have gone against the throw.
140.
You start to feel the worst now for
30.
Stephen Johnstone.
Mark Carr, 161.
Just breaking down at the wrong times. And Mark Graham finding at the best of times if you're a Mark Graham fan, but if you're supporting
74.
Stephen Johnstone, this is the worst time for Mark Graham to find a bit of form, because he's just set himself up into a position here where he's
140. Mark Carr, 87.
should get a few visits at this one.
Treble 20, double 12. Treble 16, the shot now.
39. Stephen Carr, 149.
Pulled a few out of the fire. Oh, he's not going to do it here.
Graham's
60.
already had 2 match
Mark Carr,
starts.
48.
He's got 2 more. It's at the same target that he missed
Game
before.
shot
He
of the
will
match,
not
Mark
miss it this
Graham.
time. Mark Graham ends with back-to-back victories there for him. And that ends the chances of Stephen Johnstone in terms of qualification. We've just lost one of our players, despite the higher average. That's all she wrote in terms of qualification. We will see him play again, as we will Mark Graham. But before we get to those games, we've got Kenny Neyens taking on James Richardson.
Well, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the MODUS Super Series. Stephen Johnstone has been eliminated from the process. That is courtesy of a 4-3 victory for Mark Graham. And so, going into the final round of fixtures, here is your Group C table. Alexander Merkx, top of the pile, 14 points. Now, he is the only certainty in terms of going through into tomorrow night's final. But have a listen to this for a scenario. Kenny Neyens, who before today had just 2 points to his name, is 1 victory away from completing the card and qualifying for tomorrow night's final. The obstacle, the hurdle in his way, is James Richardson, the ADC European champion. A victory for Richardson, it means both players would be tied on 10 points. A victory by 2 legs or more, it means Richardson would go above Neyens in the league standings. Well, in the commentary box for this one, for all the frozen toes to come, here comes Chris, here comes Matt.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, a fascinating amount of permutations with 3 matches to go. However, a Neyens win, and that will be that. He will join Merkx and Littler in tomorrow night's final. And we'll find out the other 3 this evening when Group B resumes, 10 p.m. These 2 clashed yesterday afternoon. It was James who got the win.
First leg is Kenny to throw first. Game on.
We did see from James as him fade a little as the day progressed.
We've got a situation here that if Kenny Neyens is not to win this match, we're going to see someone qualify with just 10 points. A 50-50 return. 5 wins, 5 defeats. I've not seen that before.
Not in
83.
Not in a Group C. It's happened, but it's a rarity.
57.
And that's just a testament to how tight the group is when you look at 6 points on the bottom, then 3 players with 8. Because the points are so split, then naturally they're going to be lower at the very top. We've seen players not even qualify before with 14 points, and this week we've got Alexander Merkx with a game to go on 14 points already confirmed.
$140. $180. James McCall, 138.
James, what's the favourite for this tie? 8-11, even money. Kenny Neyens.
122. Kenny McCall, 76.
Beautiful setup shot from Richardson to leave 8-8. One dart in hand.
56. James McCall, 16.
Richardson for a breaker throw.
In a leg that's seen Kenny Neyens hit his 29th 180 of the week. Might not be enough to get him the hold
on the first leg.
in this
James
crucial
Richardson.
tie. James Richardson growling at the board.
It's not a case of just winning for Richardson, is it? Because of
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Kenny Neyens being on 10 points plus 3. Richardson's on 8 points plus 1.
80.
Yeah, 4-3 would draw him in legs, and then it'd go into all sorts of other stats and data which we'd have to dig through. But the first separating fact is the points. The points would
60.
be enough for Kenny Neyens.
$123.
I expected this one to be edgy.
96.
Been anything but.
Well, Askew's still in contention here, but he needs a lot.
58.
He needs a result here, such as a 4-3 for James Richardson, and then he's got to go on 4-0.
Yeah.
So he's relying on really tight obstacles and possibilities.
133.
A strong win for James Richardson would eliminate any possibility for Jason Askew. So he's going to be stood back
92.
there going, come on,
James
Kenny.
McCall,
Then he'll be like, come on,
132.
James. Then come on, Kenny.
$60. Kenny McCall, 94. $34. James McCall, 72. $32. Kenny McCall, 60.
Might get his wish. So he wants a tight topsy-turvy match.
$20. James McCall, 40.
Two tens. 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's it.
James Richardson.
Breaking a hold.
You could just see the frustration coming out of Kenny Neyens at the back of
Third
the
leg, Kenny to
stage.
third first. Game on.
He's done so well to work himself into a position, winning all 4 matches today. But this is the match. This is the
43.
one.
41. $46.
Looking over yesterday's results, but there was no sort of 4-3 games where he had match darts that he can ultimately reflect on.
100.
That would have won that one. It'd be all different. Left himself huge amount to do, but he's
140.
battling so hard.
$60.
Winning one of these, of course, just winning a weekly one could be
81.
inspirational and could change their whole season. Just winning that amount of money takes a lot of pressure off, doesn't it?
It might even change the goals
60.
because when you win in big prize money, it might go, right, I can now travel a bit more. I can go play in events that I wouldn't have traditionally gone and played in.
And the events that
64.
the players then play in, a lot of the pressure is removed because they've got some financial security.
100. Kenny McCall, 127.
$127 game.
78. James McCall, 140. $80. Kenny
He's had a
McCall,
couple of
49.
opportunities. He's had 4 darts in this match so far. You know, these two are the biggest ones of his
Game
week so
shot on the
far, and
third
he's
leg.
managed
Kenny
to polish
Neyens.
that up. 49 in 2. It is a 20 darter, but it's a winning leg, and that's all that matters at this point. Points and legs.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
1 down, 3 to go for a place in tomorrow night's final.
100. 100. 100.
We have a few more places in our final.
140.
Be awarded out tonight. Alex Spellman leading the way in that one. Also got Richard North, Nathan Gervin, Adam Mould,
100.
Gary Blades.
Gary had a real disastrous night last night.
91.
Anything that could have gone wrong did go wrong. Might be changing the
60.
stilettos
Kenny
for
Car 170.
hobnail boots.
$98.
Well, this game is kind of a reflection of the group, really, for Kenny Neyens. He went down into a position where it looked like he was just
66.
clinging on
Kenny
with that
Car
last
72.
finish. James Richardson about to pounce to make it 3-0. And then he could completely turn it around and put it all back in his own hands again. You can hit this tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Does
Kenny
it the
Neyens.
tops, taking the 72 out for a 15 dart breaker throw. If he gets one more leg, then
Sixth leg, Kenny to throw first.
could
Game
make
on.
things very interesting. A win secures his place. A defeat would mean that
96.
Askew would have to win and by a certain scoreline of 4-0.
$66.
That's one of those shots, 66, where if you get the treble 20 with the first dart, then the 5 and the 1, you think, what a terrible shot. But in that situation where it's gone 5-1 and hit the
99.
treble 20, he's thinking, phew.
$60. $96. $140.
That one just puts him back into the leg, but he is still behind the darts.
60. $50.
Ooh,
Kenny the car
unfortunate.
150.
Starts at 150.
$52.
Last two visits for Neyens, not been able to find a treble.
145.
It's opened the door
Kenny
here
car
for James,
98.
and that's put him into a position now where he's on a sizable potential two-darter. He does need a treble to get a shot at the double. He doesn't find it.
58.
And the
James
145 from
40.
James, the perfect setup to leave him tops, could put him back in control of this game. What did we
James
say
on the
earlier?
fifth leg, James
The perfect
Richardson.
time to break the throw is at 2-2 because you break the throw and then you're coming up for throwing for the match.
Sixth leg, James to throw first. Game on. $95.
Stephen Johnstone assisted Luke Littler by beating Nick Spellman in our final game Wednesday, which meant Luke Littler won Group A.
134.
We'll be in a situation here if James Richardson wins this game.
83.
And he defeats Askew, he could assist Richardson.
59. $60.
Just feels like there's another twist to this.
This is the leg, though, that would close it all off.
98.
Have to come downstairs here.
99.
Comes down to leave the 164. As Neyens got that final twist. Is this the twist you thought was coming?
174.
A maximum visit
164.
from Kenny Neyens, a 174, to leave himself double 18 to take us all the way and put the advantage back
80.
in his court.
Kenny the car 36. 18.
Well, he did the hard
James
work,
Ricard,
hitting the maximum
84.
visit, the 174. But you may be distraught here if James Richardson can mop up this 84.
And he's gone from being in to out
29.
to now
James
in.
Ricard, 18.
Okie dokie.
I think he might be shaking it all about, and by that I mean James Richardson's
10.
hand.
James Ricard,
Because he's
55.
55 points away from knocking Kenny Neyens out of this equation.
Game shot in the match, James
He's
Richardson.
had a fantastic day today, Kenny Neyens. He came from nowhere to put himself into a strong position to qualify, but ultimately just fell at the last hurdle. James Richardson with a 4-2 success in that one. And as far as group qualification goes, not fully confirmed yet, because we've got one more last twist that might come up in our last game. But before that, we've got Alexander Merkx taking on Mark Graham.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where James Richardson has beaten Kenny Neyens by 4 legs to 2, and in doing so has confirmed his passage into tomorrow night's final on legs 1. Have a look at the table now on your screen. Never before do you really see players on 10 points make their way through, but on this occasion, it's enough for James Richardson to progress his way into tomorrow night's final. He's going to join Alexander Merkx in the finale on Saturday, and he's coming up next. It's his final game of the group. It's Mark Graham's final game of the week. Let's see how this one pans out in the company of Matt and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, a very unusual scenario there with James Richardson. He was in and out and in, and he's now confirmed in. We've got 3 of our 6 for tomorrow night's final. Luke Littler, winner of Group A. Alexander Merkx, winner of Group C. James Richardson takes his place as runner-up. We'll find out the other 3 tonight in Group B when that resumes at 10 p.m. this evening. We will
First
be with
leg,
you
Alexander
on the
to throw first.
usual platforms.
Game on.
Yeah, basically with Askew playing the final match against Stephen Johnstone.
100.
Both are on minus leg difference. So as it stands, Richardson 10 points plus 3. Askew won 4-0. He would go on to 10 points
27.
plus 3 also, but when we look at the legs 1 column, Richardson superior there.
100.
And of course, Stephen Johnstone on 8 points minus 3. Even if he won 4-0, he would only go on to plus 1, 2 behind Richardson.
60. 140.
just moving over to
55.
social
Alexander
media
Carr,
at the moment to
161.
take a look at some of the darts
65.
tags that are going around in the minute, and always surprising me these mastermind ones where you get a question. I remember one last week.
Alexander
Which
Carr,
dart
96.
player has the nickname Barney? Even if you know nothing about darts, it's multiple choice. You'd think Van
56.
Barneveld would be a bit of a clue. They got it wrong.
$121. Alexander Carr, 40. Game shot on the first leg. Alexander Merkx.
Top versus bottom clash, but one where there's a
second leg Mark
bit of
through
form
first.
here as well,
Game on.
because Mark Graham has won his last couple of matches. He's only won 3 this week, but the 2 have been the most recent ones have been the wins.
$120. $85.
You any of the wiser who you think might
60.
win this week?
I'm not. I totally understand the obvious choice, but
81.
we've seen it so many times on the Saturday night, and that anything can go wrong
99.
on that Saturday night. It's the closest you get to elimination darts all week, excluding the semi-finals and finals, of course.
87.
And I think we've seen so many of the players just beat each other all week.
I'll give you another
58.
one then.
Mark Carr, 108.
Have you seen anything that could stop Luke Littler from winning the week?
Only Luke Littler.
48. Alexander Carr, 164.
Oh.
139. Mark Carr, 60.
Another one on his list of highlight reel finishes.
Game shot on the second leg. Mark Graham.
He has had a few of those. He had a 152 and a 151 in Group A. And in this group, a 142 and a 148. That's Alexander
Third leg
Merkx.
Alexander to through first. Game on.
With that, a couple of other tumblers shots. 7 in total.
60. $70. $180.
Even Alexander Merkx getting involved with the gilding.
81. $43.
Just one more game to come your way after this one. Stephen Johnstone takes on Jason Askew. It's got to be fair to
46.
say that Jason Askew's probably performed better than we expected.
Well, after
42.
such a long layoff, yeah. There'll be a fair few players who are
100.
will be going home thinking about what could have been. Jason Askew. Maybe
60.
just on reflection, very pleased to be competitive and put in some good performances.
Well, they said in that interview this morning with you and Henry that
95.
the goal was sort of
Alexander
to get
Carr,
another invite here.
116.
I think he's certainly done enough to suggest that he will get that.
Absolutely.
96. Mark Carr, 109.
we look at his performances today, 3 averages have been in the 90s. He had 2 averages in the 90s yesterday. So out of his 9 games so far,
51.
5 of them have been over the
Alexander
90
Carr,
mark.
20. Game shot on the third leg. Alexander Merkx.
I wouldn't mind that. Return on matches played. In fact, I'd be very happy
Fourth
with
leg
that.
mark to throw first.
absolutely.
Game on.
Especially over this short format where just a couple of mistakes can kill any hope of having any sort of sizable average.
60.
Well, the ethos of the MODUS Super Series is to give players opportunities that they're maybe not getting elsewhere at the moment.
97.
Something you do see on all the players' social medias and interviews, how much they enjoyed it and how grateful they are to
81.
be a part of it. Hence now they say, well, the interest in these ADC events, which offer the opportunities to
81.
play here at the Live Lounge.
Look at Stephen Johnstone, who's coming up in our last game. Never really played outside his hometown before. Today he
105.
came within a match of qualifying into Saturday night's final. If he
28.
wins his last match,
Marshall,
he'll only have missed out on
120.
legs.
Yep.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Mark Graham.
Look back. Lost that one against Mark Graham, 4-3.
Fifth leg Alexander to
Ultimately
throw first.
could be the-
Game on.
One leg in that match could be the difference between qualification and not.
96.
This is a lovely scenario for Merkx to be
100.
playing in, knowing that my work is done.
97. $85. 85.
When you've been here and won a week before, like Merkx has, the last thing you want to do is grow out in those group phases, which
57.
got to be said, when he left here on Wednesday, you would have feared that that was a genuine possibility.
Yeah, but what a way to turn it around over the
100.
next couple of sessions. We did play some wonderful stuff yesterday. Like we always say, you can't really win it
59.
on
Alexander Carr,
day one or
123.
lose it, but you can certainly put yourself in a great position.
91.
In Mark Graham's case, put yourself in a
55.
position
Alexander
where there's
Carr,
just a
32.
little bit too much to do, but I'm sure he'd be far happier with his performances today.
No score. Mark the Carr, 145. $99. Alexander Carr, 32. Game shot on the fifth leg. Alexander Merkx.
One away. And in this group, if he goes on to win the match,
Sixth leg mark to throw first. Game on.
total of 16 points, so winning 8 of his 10 matches is very impressive.
It's a
97.
very tidy return when you look at how he was ending his Group A campaign.
100.
He only won one match on Wednesday. There was moments, wasn't there? There were signs. The 180s, 18 of those big finishes. There's those little indications and signs to suggest that
59.
he could find his form. And
Well, he just had to put them both together, which is exactly what he did yesterday.
yesterday was a fantastic performance. A 93.06 average for the entire day, which is the best average we've seen of anyone in Group A and
180,
in Group C.
84.
Gilding's going off all over the place.
18 from 33 on the doubles as well, but
Yeah.
that there is why I don't like the switch to the 19s, because
44.
he's not on a finish.
Correct.
If he'd have used the 17s, he'd be on a finish now.
We are seeing a
90.
bit of
Mark
a change in that.
40.
We're seeing more and more players utilise the 17s.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Mark
Clean data
Graham.
for Mark Graham, very tidy there. He's 50% on his double. He's had a couple of 180s, a couple of 140s.
Seventh and final
120
leg.
finish.
Alexander to do first. Game on.
There's no quitting Mark Graham, is there? It's a really good quality to have.
Yeah, he's a scrapper.
81.
He was in a position where his fate was decided quite early, but he still played quite a part in the group because he actually beat two players that was in the contention for winning
59.
Yep.
or qualifying through to Saturday.
180.
Why players like Mark Graham will get invited back. He's in integrity. Been very easy for him to just
125.
dropped his head and gone through the motions. But like you said, he's had an impact on how this group has played out.
140.
He's pushing the group winner all the way to the line.
Forcing him to produce his
81.
best leg of the match.
Alexander Newcar, 100. Game shot on the match.
He does
Alexander
produce
Merkx.
his best leg of the match, a 12 darter and a 4-3 win, net average of 88.19. Match that contained 2+ finishes, 86-36 for Graham. As you can see there, 5 180s in total in that match. A very enjoyable game. Well, one more to bring you, and it is Stephen Johnstone against Jason Askew.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Alexander Merkx is our Group C winner. He joins us up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen from him over the week or so. First of all, relieved?
Yeah, very relieved. First 3 days were a bit rubbish for me, I felt. But the second 2 days I played now, in my opinion, really good.
What was the kind of change for you from Wednesday going into Thursday? Because I suppose you would have known it was 0 points going into today. Was it just a case of new group, fresh mindset?
It was a bit of a thing, maybe in the mindset. I've not changed my darts, but I picked a new set of darts with fresh grip and fresh points and something like that. And in my mind, it went like that helped me a lot and got me some very good points.
How important was that good start? Because we saw today below you how tight things got.
Yeah, it was very important. In the first match, I lost 4-0 against Kenny, and I thought this is going to be a very, very tough day because everybody was really close to each other. But I managed to get through, and I'm very happy.
And not just through, as you can see on the table there, you won the group by 6 points.
Yeah, I love it.
Nice and simple. Well, going into tomorrow night then, every single time you've been here, you've not failed to make a Saturday night yet. It's not a bad habit to get into, Alex.
No, I know. I think it's a very good habit to get into, but we'll see tomorrow night what's going to bring that to me.
Well, you made it to Champions Week last time out. Matt Clark's the only player who's returned to Champions Week from last time out. A little bit of that in your mind to join that little bit of history to become one of the few players to have done it back-to-back?
I would love to be in Champions Week again, but tomorrow is a new day, and I hope I can bring the form I brought yesterday. Today was a bit scrappy, I think. But if I can bring the form from yesterday, I think I will be doing all right.
I've got to ask, the thumbs up thing. Even you're getting in on it now.
Yeah, the first few matches it was only in my head because everyone was doing it, but the last match was a match that didn't really matter anymore. So I thought I can join in as well. So.
Well, it'll be the serious business tomorrow night. We're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow night. Alex, many, many congratulations. A really good campaign for Alexander Merkx, our Group C winner here at the MODUS Super Series. Just one more game then for our afternoon session at the Live Lounge. It sees Stephen Johnstone in action. He takes on Jason Askew, and that's going to be watched in the company of Matt and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Great to hear from Alex and get a bit of insight into how he approached a fresh new group in Group C after a little bit of a disappointing campaign in Group A, but showing bounce-back ability. And interesting that it's the same setup and the same dart, but just a fresh set, which gives you just a new beginning, I suppose.
Well, it's sensory, isn't it? It's how we sort of originally learn and process. And one of the senses is feel. So if it feels different on the hand, naturally it's going to be different.
First package, Stephen to third first.
Across that group, just losing the
game on.
One game on each of the 2 days of Group C. One of them was against a inspired
1 out of 40
today, where Kenny produced an average of 91.09. But that was the only blip, really, on the copybook.
68. $81.
Yesterday, lost to James Richardson, who was just irresistible in reeling off 4 consecutive legs. But in that match, he averaged 94.55, a couple of 180s, and was 2 out of 3 on the doubles.
$80.
Tough game for these two, knowing how close qualification was.
60.
Henry said the winner of this match will only
99.
miss out because of leg difference, and that could be down to a couple of missed doubles here and there over the course of 2 days.
83.
And that's a scenario that both players will probably be able to take a lot of positivity from, because neither
59.
of them came into it, despite Jason Askew being the group favourite. He played for so long, and Stephen Johnson never played out of Scotland, so it was kind of, or would be, some really good progress for these two to be in that position.
Second leg, Jason is through first. Game on.
I'm certain that we'll see these both at least in a Group C again, moving forward.
60.
Yeah, for sure.
$60. $58. 45.
Don't forget, we are back this evening, 10 p.m.
140.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and Sporty Stuff TV. The conclusion of Group B, where we'll have our last 3 players. We have half our lineup
140.
already confirmed for tomorrow night's final. It's a good time to remind you as well that you could
43.
also be here on Saturday night alongside Luke Littler, James Richardson and Alexander Merkx, sat
43.
just on those tables behind the players.
Can't think of anywhere else you can get as close to the action.
125.
Nathan Gervin, Richard North,
60.
Adam Mould,
Jason
Alex
Carr,
Spellman and
75.
Gary Blades, the 5 players in action this evening. The top 3
Game shot on the second leg. Jason Askew.
will join Littler, Merkx and Richardson. Spellman, but apologies for that.
Third leg, Stephen to third first. Game
That's a way
on.
to celebrate winning a leg. Spellman in pole position after winning all of his 4 matches last night.
180.
That is a gate. And by a gate, I mean that is 5 180s now
66.
for Stephen Johnstone. The reason we call it a gate is it's the 4 marks and you cross it off for the tally to complete
85.
the gate.
Yeah, looks like a gate.
Does what it says on the tin.
96. $60. 134. 60. 58. Stephen Carr, 116.
Can't finish now.
36. Jason Carr,
On
147.
his face tells you everything you need to know about what he thought of that visit to the board, and now he's under
95.
a little bit
Stephen
of pressure.
Carr, 80.
Tops he needs.
Game
he
shot on the
gets.
third leg. Stephen Johnstone.
I'd certainly like to see him back in Series
Fourth
4.
leg, Jason to
Maybe
third first. Game on.
maybe in a few months' time, just to see what improvements he will make in that
96.
short space of time. He would have learned so much about himself
100.
and his own game over the course of the week.
And sharing the practice room as well with certain players, seeing how they conduct themselves and how they prepare, what they do on the practice board,
41.
how long they're standing, how long they're sitting, all those different bits. If you go in there with open eyes looking to observe and learn
100.
and listen from people, you can collaborate all that data to work out what is best for you.
60.
He's been in there with some players with tour experience and title winning experience, people who've managed long days, like
62.
Kenny Neyens, who's won 2 Challenge Tour events, which are extremely long days.
Yeah, don't they ever?
93. 60. 60. 100. Jason Carr, 151.
I was going to say it might have to go with Even on
93.
79.
Stephen O'Carr, 79.
A star performer this week in terms of checkouts. We're going to see another.
57. Jason O'Carr, 58.
Sort of clattered into the chunky stumpies.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Jason Askew.
2 from 2 for Askew. He's not had many darts that are double today,
Fifth
but
leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on.
hasn't really needed them at times. Just 26 darts
60.
that he has thrown today. And of those, he's hit 11.
140.
Good strike rate.
I think that's been a feature of this week, really, hasn't it? It was
Yep.
really top finishing from people.
55. 60.
Askew threatening the break of throw. Yet again in the
60.
fifth leg.
$100. 140.
Super shot from Johnstone just to get right back in the leg. Still advantage Askew.
125.
Certainly is now finding a second treble 20 in the visit.
100. Jason Carr, 76.
Just inside that one. Get the break
60.
of throw.
Stephen Carr, 86.
54-32. 18-18 ball.
Maybe a bit of tiredness finally kicking in here for Stephen Johnstone. Didn't quite have the power
29.
on either of those darts.
Jason Carr, 16. Game
And
shot on the
Askew
fifth leg. Jason
moves
Askew.
himself within a leg of our final game of Week 10, Group C.
Sixth leg, Jason to throw first. Game on.
It would mean he goes on to
21.
the same points as Kenny Neyens and James Richardson, but we already know James Richardson confirmed on leg difference as the man who will be qualifying from Group C
125.
alongside the group winner Alexander Merkx.
60. 58. 115.
Askew will probably feel a little bit hard done
100.
by when he looks back and he sees the two games that probably knocked him out of contention were the ones where he averaged a 96.07 and a 93.67. Both of those losing averages.
100.
You just got one of those or a couple of extra legs. We
100. Stephen
would
Carr,
still be talking about this
118.
being an active game.
$94. Jason Carr, 110.
It's 110 for the match.
50. Stephen Carr, 24. Getting shot on the sixth leg. Stephen Johnson.
Once again, Stephen Johnstone, very good strike rate. Both players very good on the doubles in this one. We'll see Stephen Johnson, 50%, 3 from 6.
Seventh and final leg. Stephen to third first. Game
Jason
on.
Askew, 60% on his 3 from 5.
43.
This is
96.
And we now know it will be the last leg for Stephen Johnson, who's been here all week, the ADC qualifier, flying the flag very
40.
well for that organisation. If you want to be like Stephen Johnson and taking your opportunity here at the Super Series as well, get over to the ADC website and find your local ADC events.
135.
And you could be getting your position here at the Super Series.
140.
We'll have more ADC representatives coming up in the last couple of weeks as well, as we move towards Champions Week. Just 2 more weeks of action before all our weekly
45.
winners will
Physical
return
170.
to play for the £20,000 prize pot.
96.
Doesn't get many 180s,
108.
but he might be
Physical
signing off with
74.
one in this week.
Game shot on the match.
Nice,
Jason
clean
Askew.
finish there for Jason Askew. The finishing continues to be brilliant from the pair, and both of them have really acquitted themselves extremely well this week. Stephen Johnson, the ADC qualifier, who's never played outside Scotland, just a couple of points win away from being in the mix of qualifying. Jason Askew, he hasn't played for over a year, and he only misses out on legs difference. He ends with a 4-3 victory over Stephen Johnson.
Why, thank you very much, Matt. Chris Mason joining me up here on the balcony. Let's just begin by talking about Jason Askew. We didn't quite know what we're going to see from him going into this week. Hasn't played for a while, but there's certainly signs there, isn't there?
Yeah, considering he's only really sort of started back in January in preparation for this week here, I think he'll be reasonably pleased. He's only missed out on leg difference.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the table because it was very tight in the end. Alexander Merkx, the man who went through top, 16 points, but not usually do we see a player get through on 10, as is the case of Richardson.
Yeah, well, there's an example of such a tight group with 3 players all on 10 points and, well, Stephen Johnson on 8 himself. So, again, if he'd have won that, it'd have been a case of a couple of missed opportunities at different points throughout the 2 days. But the right man winning, and, well, you could probably make a case for all 3 of the players there on 10 points, but by virtue of leg difference, it's James Richardson who joins Luke Littler in tomorrow night's final.
Kenny Neyens really ruining a slow first day.
Yeah, he paid the price. He gave it absolutely everything today, winning all those matches. But yeah, it was just one of those for Kenny. A little bit disappointed. I'm a big fan, and I think we'll see him come back, and I can see him winning a week here.
James Richardson only found out in the practice room just before that last game that he went through. And do you feel like there's still maybe another gear for him to go going into tomorrow? Yeah,
we've seen enough for him this week to know that he is a player. And how many times we've seen him in here before? We've seen him at 9 darters, big averages. A winner recently as well on the ADC. He's got all the ingredients to not only just go on and win a week here, go on and win a Champions Week.
Just some thoughts on Stephen Johnson. They say first time he's come from Scotland, outside of Scotland, to play darts, play competitive in front of the lights, in front of the cameras. And again, there's another player this ADC Citizens bringing out where there is something there to work with. Yeah, listen, he's a pub player, and he'd be the first to admit he loves playing the game. His father was a wonderful player. I know that firsthand after being stuffed by him back in 1998. So, yeah, what you'll take from this, what you've learned over the course of the week, made new friends, looked at how players prepare. You might go away now and think, well, I might try a little bit harder, practice a little bit more. And I'd love to see him back in a couple of months and see how he's developed as a player, and then how he keeps developing. You know, who knows what we could find from the ADC? There's a perfect example. Adam Warner, probably the best one of which no one knew about him, and now look what he's doing. Yeah, exactly. Another great example. Well, let's have a look now. We're halfway through knowing who's going to be into tomorrow night. So let's have a look and see exactly how tomorrow squares up, because we already know that Luke Littler is through to the final. He won Group A on Wednesday, joined by Merkx and Richardson. And then tonight, Group B is going to decide the final 3 identities through to tomorrow night's final. Alex Spellman is just a win away from doing that.
Yeah, he went through the card last night, 4 out of 4, as we expected. And remember, it's the top 3 from that group. I expect Spellman to be one of them, and then it could be one of either Blades, Gervin, North, or Mould. We've seen players struggle on night 1 of Group B and then go through the card on night 2 of Group B, and it could be Gary Blades' turn. But North is in a good position, as is Gervin, as is Mould. Who knows?
It might be one of those where the abacus may be needed.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking at legs difference tonight.
Just before we leave you this afternoon, we heard the sad news come out about the passing of Bob Potter, OBE. He was the owner, proprietor of the Lakeside Country Club for a number of years, host of the BDO World Championships from the late 80s up until 2019, held the inaugural WDF World Championships in 2022, sponsored that event as well for a number of years, and his blueprint on that side of the sport cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, he was proud of having the, as it was known then, the home of World Darts, and it was the place that everybody wanted to play, and it was the World Championships that everybody wanted to win for many years. He was a huge fan. He put so much into it. Personally, you know, I can remember when he was in his 70s, and he'd still be up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning working on certain areas of the complex, making sure it was right for the players. He was an incredible guy and an incredible fan of our sport. We sadly missed.
Yeah, and we send all of our thoughts and sympathies with family and friends there. Well, as far as the MODUS Super Series is concerned, we're going to return at 10 o'clock this evening for live darts here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But for those of you tuning in via Sporty Stuff TV, we're going to show you some of the best moments from the Super Series over the past 8 months or so. We showed Chris Mason winning the week yesterday, so we're going to let somebody else have the spotlight. I mean, it's only fair, isn't it? So here's some of the best moments from the MODUS Super Series. We're going to join you again tonight from 10 o'clock. We're off to get some food, off to get some gip, and we'll see you at 10 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the MODUS Super Series Champions Week final. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And now would you please welcome to the stage the first of our finalists. It's the Barbarian, Conan Whitehead. And now would you please welcome to the stage his opponent. It's the gambler, Graham Usher!
Let the mood settle here
at the MODUS Live Lounge that the nerves present themselves, because these guys are about to play one of, if not the biggest game of their lives. In a monetary sense, it is without a doubt the biggest game of their lives, because they've never played for 10 grand before. But they know for a fact that they've got 10 grand in the back pocket already, but they want 10 more. And they want to be the first person to win a Champions Week under this roof. Two of the biggest hitters in Super Series history. They have 6 wins between them.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Incredible respect between these two. Great to see. But this is Conan Whitehead, who came through that thrilling semi-final with Darryl Pilgrim.
100.
What do we say about those semi-finals, Corinne Hammond, my esteemed co-commentator for this final? How did they get
24.
themselves into the same sort of bubble after the adrenaline spikes they've had in the last hour?
I know, it's just amazing, really. But they've passed those
95.
semis, and now they're into the final. How have they geared themselves up for this? Let's just hope that this match is as enthralling as the last two semi-finals have been.
180.
Well, that is an incredible turnaround there for Graham Usher, who didn't start particularly well in this leg, but he's definitely sped
22.
up a bit. Not one person has left
100.
this crowd over the last couple of hours. Everybody wants to see who picks up that trophy. If I was in the player's shoes right now, it's not about the money.
100.
It's about one word: legacy. To be the first to do something is a big deal.
60.
I was just going to say champion.
Great word.
Everybody wants to be a champion.
And if you think about
21.
the career of these guys, well, with all due respect,
Graham, you required 137.
Graham Usher's done in his career. He won the Lincolnshire Open back in 2019, which is a
40.
big county tournament. But this is bigger.
Absolute fantastic.
Graham, you
shot
require
from Conan
97.
there to put the real pressure on Graham to take out this 97 for the opening leg.
Does he go double-double? No, he doesn't. Doesn't need to.
85. Conan, you require
So
32.
much in the way of tension out there as Conan goes for double 16.
Game
First
shot on the
blood,
first one.
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
Look, he's definitely got some fans out there.
That's probably just Shira Lee that you can hear.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game
One
on.
down, 3 to go. And when you're playing against Graham, you don't have to
100.
wait too long for your turn.
No, it's a really great pace, this match, as, you know, the last couple of games have been as well.
42.
That treble 18 switch does not come up trumps this time.
121.
Just looking through the career of Conan Whitehead, he was part of the England international team in
25.
2018. Playing for England with the likes of Daniel Day, a good friend of his, Mark McGeaney, who we saw
45.
very recently here at the Super Series, Scott Baker, who we also saw. Some great England players in that squad, including someone who was sitting in this very seat
100.
7 days ago, Scott Mitchell. If you're watching, Scott, very good morning to you. But if you look at the individual
105.
efforts of Whitehead in his career, he doesn't have a title of note. So by that virtue, and looking at Graham's career as well,
140.
this is
Graham, you
without a shadow of a
require
doubt
130.
the biggest game of their lives.
There's 109 left.
40.
And Whitehead is very much in this leg. You just wonder if Conan has shattered his stem, and maybe that's why the flight was on the floor. That's why you've always got to carry spares, folks. I was on that stage just over a week ago, and one of the points in my darts came out. It's a good job I had a spare one in the case.
A spare point? How would you get that back in there like that? Oh,
yeah, the point is still out of the dart.
Yeah.
I had to go to a very different setup. I had a dart in the case with a different point, and I just had to use it for the rest of the night.
58. Graham, you require 90.
That's the first time it's ever happened in my career. But let's see what Graham can do with 65 left.
50.
He gives Conan a free hit at
Conan, you require
136.
136.
Graham can't miss this time.
Graham, you require 40.
Double 10.
Thank you. $30.
you have to wonder
Conan, you require
whether that
40.
just put him off his rhythm there.
He is a rhythm player. He likes to get rid of those darts really quickly. And that was as slow a visit as you will ever get from Usher. Incredibly, that's a 20-dart break of throw, and Whitehead now will serve first for a 3-0 lead. I know that Whitehead's got his fans out there, but there's still a great deal of sportsmanship between these two players.
Conan has to know that he was lucky in that leg there, so he's not going to take anything for granted.
140.
And there you see Usher's had 5 chances at doubles in the first 2 legs. He's missed them all, whereas Whitehead is 50%, which is pretty good. And maybe the gambler is running out of chips again. The last time he was running out of chips, he found some more. Somehow. But he's going to have to dig very deep from here.
He's going to have to go to his back pocket
140.
See what's in his back pocket.
The old reserve chips. We have to get the checkbook out.
121.
The strength of the scoring from Whitehead all of a sudden is giving him breathing space.
He's feeling
95.
comfortable and confident. He's got a 2-leg buffer here. So you have to be feeling a little more relaxed now. He feels like he can just get up there.
Conan, you require
and continue playing.
126.
And the more treble 20s he hits or treble 19s he hits, then you know that's just going to escalate it even further. Doesn't want to be hitting any ones though.
40.
But knows that he will be back for the 86 with Graham back on 272.
There was a call there for maybe bullseye at 25 with the last dart. 25 would have left him on
125.
something a
Conan,
bit
you
more
require
gettable.
86.
Now he's got to go 18 for bull. Very safe single. Button.
46.
Oh! He's
Graham, you
laid
require
up.
147.
Wow, did not see that coming. And we know how good Graham is on these big checkouts.
He gambles. He doesn't hit.
83. Conan, you require
Conan's
40.
gamble. Does it pay off?
Game shot.
Double 5.
Conan
What a
Whitehead.
story that double has had tonight. 3-0 Whitehead in the final. And Usher now needs to double
Fourth
down
leg, it's Graham to throw
twice
first.
if he
Game
wants
on.
to get the jackpot. Incredible stuff. Make no mistake, this is a vociferous
41.
atmosphere here at the MODUS Live Lounge. A heavily Whitehead audience. Maybe a touch of genius in bringing so many people here.
180.
He means business.
What is this going to do
95.
potentially for Whitehead's darts career? Just to re-emphasise something we said earlier in the evening, around 7 or 8 months ago, He wasn't even throwing darts. He didn't want to do it anymore. He came back to us. He said, I want another crack. He won his first week back.
60.
He's won another week since then to get here. He's one of the most prolific weekly winners on the Super Series roster.
100.
Funnily enough, he did mention to me, oh, actually, I don't know whether it was him or Shirley, mentioned that since the birth of his daughter,
100.
Ada, who happens to be 3 months
Conan,
old
you
today,
require
as in
121.
Sunday, he's all of a sudden found his absolute hunger to win again.
Are you telling me that he could win
77.
on his daughter's birthday?
No, she's 3 months old today.
Ah, 3 months.
Yeah.
It's good enough for me.
41.
Is 44
Conan, you require
good enough
44.
for Cole?
I bet his heart is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16. Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge, Whitehead is the man. He is the last man standing, and he is the person that cannot be moved from the pinnacle here of stage 1. 4-0 in the final. He just had too much in the arsenal for the gambler. What a stage. What a Champions Week. What a finals night. And that may be the catalyst for the career of Conan the Barbarian.